only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids
Sa MCC
Season 2.
Defeat!
GG.Bren!
Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita-kits.
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 Kita-kits
Sa MCC
Season 2. GG, bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP Racing, may reset up. Built tagatang buhat ni Hilda. Full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
The final day of Week 3 has finally arrived. Dito lamang sa MPL Arena. My name is Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. Welcome sa lahat na nanonood dito ngayon, Hans.
You know what, Odin? It's nice to have you back here with us once again. Matanong lang kita, napanood mo ba lahat ng mga nangyari kahapon?
Siyempre, nakatutok ako, no? At talagang nakaka-excite, especially when Team Liquid beat Onic Philippines at isa pa. Aurora Gaming is still on win streak.
Na mapapanood natin, maya-maya lamang. Paano naman yung Twisted Minds? They also got their first victory last time.
Siyempre, hindi natin pwedeng kalimutan yan. Grabe talaga mag-draft si Coach Bonchan. I can't wait. Kung ano pa nga ba ipapakita nila?
You know, teams have won from yesterday pero hindi rin naman nagpahuli ang ating mga MPL fans because they also got some surprises courtesy of the MLBB Golden Month celebration.
Inaabangan din natin yan, Hans. Every Saturday, nakikita ka namin sumayaw.
What na muna tayo dyan ngayon? Alright, hopefully we get to see you on that because the other co-hosts have done the same. Pero oras na para ibalik ang laban on the final day of week number 3. Oras na rin para ilabas ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas dahil ito ang MPL Philippines Season 15.
Welcome to the final day of Week 3 of MPL Philippines Season 15, where much-awaited matchups, or you can say reunions, are likely to happen in the upcoming series. My name is Brigida, together with Ingan and Renmar, to bring you the action. So how are you guys feeling? I know you just come back, but on the other hand, Renmar's been here for 3 days straight. So, like, how are you feeling, Ingan? Have you been watching the action?
Yeet! We're doing good. We're doing good. It's good to be back here on the English desk, even though I've never left. 3 days straight I've been working, and I have not left this desk. I've actually slept underneath here. So I'm doing good, and I'm excited for the matchups today.
You know what excites me more? The fact that this is your 3rd straight day, and you're still with Brigida, and we can expect 6 games.
6 games, because it's not just Brigida. The mother of all series is there too. Chantel is casting in the Filipino broadcast.
I'd like to think that we used up all of our luck yesterday, but let's see what happens today, because don't forget that you can play like a pro, similar to our players right here, with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL official tournament phone. Grab yours now. You can see it right here, and don't forget to use the voucher code. It's INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies. Don't forget, sa GT20 Pro, sigurado ang hashtag lakas sa laro. You can hear our players all the time whenever we get to do the ping tests and all that. So if you want to play like them, don't forget to check out the GT20 Pro.
And you can also get more data for maximum gaming with Smart Power All 149 and make it look easy with 16 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and texts to all networks, bound to be OP for just 149 pesos for 7 days. That's why you should already load now.
So I don't have a sponsor readout for this portion. There's none assigned to me. So I'm just going to give you my life advice for the day. For people out there, shower.
And for people like us, try to use shampoo still,
Yeah, shampoo still. Even though you're bald like us, shampooing's still good.
I mean, somehow you still have hair. So
you make it sound like we have barely to none.
I'm just 25.
I mean, so
hey, age has nothing to do with it. It happens,
but,
all right?
Yeah, but I'd like to think that you guys use shampoo, right? I hope a lot, not a lot, all of you guys use shampoo. It depends on you if you want to use it every single day or every other day. It's up to your own preference. But for today, at least, it's a very exciting day to look forward to. I know a lot of fans out there have been very much awaiting this matchup. But to briefly go over what happened yesterday, which I believe had a total of 8 games, just 8 games and not 9 games. We've seen surprise performances and even a sweep against the world champions.
Yesterday we got to see Twisted Minds get their first match win on the back of MP the King, showing that he is the definitive Alice player for MPL Philippines Season 15. AP.Bren still struggling, however, and Omega's win streak, or what was supposed to be a win streak, was snapped by the win streak that was already happening for Aurora. Meanwhile, Team Liquid Philippines still dominant in MPL Philippines Season 15 after sweeping in quite dominant fashion the reigning champions of the world, Onic Philippines, who are struggling.
I mean, it might be a glimpse of a possible grand finals that TLPH and Onic won. So approaching week number 4 and about to end is week number 3. Onic, the reigning defensive champions, they really have to step it up and go back to the drawing board and see what's going to happen next for them.
Yeah, and for Onic, as you've mentioned, they will be facing up against the team who is currently at the bottom of our standings. That's AP.Bren later on. And speaking of schedule, that's a match you will be witnessing by tonight because first of all, it's the much-awaited Aurora versus TNC matchup. We saw Renegade yesterday. He went up against Super Yoshi, another Cho player, but this time it's different. It's another Cho player too, but it's a familiar friend of his from way back. It's Yawi.
You know, the last time I saw these guys, it was actually Yawi supporting Renegade in the international scene. And same goes with Renegade when Yawi was in the M series during M4. But this time, they're going to share a stage, not as teammates, but finally as foes, Renmar.
Yeah, to continue the story and trend that we've been having so far. You slammed the table a bit too hard there, brother. That startled me too. The monitor almost fell. Well, for Onic Philippines going up against AP.Bren later, I think it's a little bit more must-win for them because there's a lot of people already doubting Onic Philippines, and rightfully so. We expected them to come out hot out of the gate and to dominate. Meanwhile, for TNC Pro Team, as they face off against Aurora, this is going to be the perfect test for them to see where exactly they are at in terms of their power level, because they were unable to take a game by Team Falcons PH, and Team Falcons PH, dare I say, dominated them earlier this week.
Yep, and now we already mentioned it. We are about to witness the dance of the dragons because of a very much highlighted hero. Yesterday, I know we talked about the Alice. It made a statement, but I'd say the same for the Tro. We already saw a glimpse of it, but all the more reason for us to look forward to this hero today since it's Renegade and Yawi. Although...
Oh, you mean Renetro and Yahweh of the Dragon.
Right.
Yes.
We should be calling them that way. But I mean, if we were to look at stats, you wouldn't completely say that you can associate Renegade with the Tro all the time, but it was undeniably one of the main reasons why he soared in terms of popularity too. And it's not just them. Look at all these players who became famous because of the Cho.
Yeah, you can see here, this is the all-time stats for the hero Cho. So in terms of games played, the leader there is Yawi Light, now currently in Bigatron over in Indonesia at second. Renegade close by at 39. And of course, Legends in D and Hayes in the 4th and 5th. It just goes to show how contested Cho has been, that D and Hayes are still actually on this chart. And of course, in the first 2 seasons of MPL Philippines, first 3 seasons, Cho was one of the hottest picks to go for. And in the lower portion, you can see there the total games played, the top 1 Cho users for each year. Daddy Tape, JP's on there, and so far this season in MPL Philippines Season 15, actually, Flap TZ is the most prolific or most used or most played for the Cho. And in the top right, you can see his total stats for the past 30 days in Mythic and up ranks, by the way. And of course, there was the dip of Cho at around MPL Philippines Season 13 because Cho had no one to pick off. Everyone was literally tanky.
Utility era.
Yeah, it was the utility era. Cho got kind of snuffed, but then now he came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, imagine seeing all those players down there, from probably unfamiliar names to some, such as Pringles, and even Benny Cutie. He was right there, one of the top users of Cho. And mind you, these statistics were 7 years worth since 2018, and we're already in 2025. So Cho has been that rampant across the years of MLBB, competitive MLBB, and even in ranked games. We had statistics allocated for that. So you just know that this is a hero that every single player, most players really know how to play. And also why he has multiple skin collabs out there. I hope you guys got your hands on KOF like Naisu too. Luckily, he finally got his hands on it. But throughout these 7 years, a lot has changed. The way Cho's used, the roles that he's been played to. Do you play Cho?
I don't. You know why? Because I didn't get the Koff skin last night. I got the Deroth one. That's why I was scratching my bald head.
That sounds like an excuse, man. You don't need skin to get good at Cho.
True. Skin or overskill depends on you. But for now, let's listen to our players and watch this all-access segment.
I'm terrible at Cho.
Thank you, casters. Nandito muna tayo sa All Access segment at kasama natin walang iba kundi the Hitman, the Hillman, dito lamang sa side ng Aurora Gaming, Rene J. Rene J, pumasok ako dito na feel ko na parang ang seryoso nyo dito sa holding area nyo. Kasama rin ang mga seryoso mong bossing sa likod. Pumasok kayo sa match na to na win streak. Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon?
Actually po, sa ngayon kalmado lang kasi yung focus naman namin is syempre mabigay lang yung laro namin, mabigay ko yung best ko kasi excited ako makatapat si Yawe.
Excited din kaming lahat na makita yan. At speaking of, nasa kabilang panig si Yawi, nakikinig sa'yo ngayon.
Yes,
For the
sir.
first time since Season 12 ng MPL Philippines, ngayon lang ulit kayo magkakaharap. Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon?
Actually yun po, sobrang excited ko kasi si Yawe isa siya sa tinitingala akong roamer since tank ko pa siya nung simula season 6, 7, and 8. So ngayon makakalaban ko na siya. So tignan natin ngayon kung sino mas malapit sa atin.
Mukhang titingnan natin kung sino mas malupit. Hans, nakikita ko na pinapaypayan mo na.
Men, pinapaypayan ko na. Narinig ko kasi.
Ang ating kabilang player dyan.
Narinig ko kasi. Hindi ba kayo natatakot dito kay Coil? Hindi, joke. Kay Yawe. Hindi ba kayo natatakot kay Yawe? Narinig mo naman. Di ba? Sabi niya na, ikaw daw ang isa sa mga tinitingala niyang roamer mula nung season 7 tsaka season 8 kasi magkakampi kayo. Ano namang sagot mo doon? Excited ka ba na makaharap si Rene J?
Excited na ako sobra kasi ito ba?
Ayun nga pala.
Excited na ako sobra kasi kasi kakabay ko lang galing Indo tapos gusto ko matest kung gaano siya kabatak dito sa Pilipinas. Yan.
Kung gaano ka na daw kabatak sa Pilipinas. May practice ka ba nung huli kayo nagharap?
Bigla lang ako pinasok nun
Tapos ngayon?
Ngayon, tignan na lang natin. Yan.
Tignan na lang natin, Rene J.
Tignan na
May
lang
practice
daw.
na. May practice na, pre.
Ayun nga. Rene J, kanina, bago tayo umere, sabi mo, nakita mo yung stats, parang lugi ka kamo kasi ikaw naka-damage, siya naka-roam.
Oo nga tapos kampi ko pa siya nung pinapatalo niya nung time na kampi ko siya, season 6, 7, 8. So mas mataas win na rin niya sa akin sa Joe kasi nung di niya na ako kampi, nag-champion pa siya.
Ay, pero nung hindi na rin kayo magkakampi, ang ganda na rin ng performance mo. Ano naman masasabi mo na may practice na daw siya ngayon sa paghaharap nyo?
Kung sino makakuha sa atin ng Chu, galingan na lang natin.
Naku, parang parang ready na ba siya doon?
Wala, hindi kami
Kung
papayag
makuha ni
doon.
Rene J yung Cho, ready na ba si Yawi doon?
Hindi kami papayag doon. Men, si Yawi, kaya nga may Yawi of the Dragon Diba? Doon nga nakilala si Yawi. Yawi, pagalingan daw mag-show. Tapos sabi niya na medyo mas maganda daw yung performance nung di na daw kayo magka-compare. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Labas mo na yung show sa game 1, tapos lalabas ko saan sa game 2.
So
Game
parang,
1, Game 2 Game
Okay.
1, Game 2. Para lang mag-alinawan, Odin.
parang magbibigayan daw kayo ng Cho. So any last words ang gusto mong sabihin kay Yawi ngayon?
Kuya, good luck. Tapos kay Boss D, shoutout sa'yo. Pag kami nanalo, pengi din 10K tsaka AirPods Max
Ay. Okay,
Bata mo rin ako, Boss D, kaya pengi rin.
tingnan na lang natin kung sinong mananalo sa dalawang showman sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Any last words from you, Hans?
Alam mo, iwan ko na lang para kay Yawi. Ano masasabi mo kay Rene J?
Good luck. Bigyan na magandang laban ng fans. Yan.
Yan. Maraming salamat, Rene J. Of course, Hans, Yawi. Balikan muna natin sa ating casters to get the showman started.
In just those 5 to 6 questions, so much history was there and was evident between these two players, right?
Yeah, and I just love how they bantered out. They're basically saying that whoever gets the show will win the game or is more better than the other.
Yeah, even Yawi had a request. Hey, Rene J, play Cho in game 1 and I'll play Cho in game number 2. Let's see if we'll actually get that. Bring it up. There's a poll up on the screen.
Who is the real Cho Master? That's a question for our community out there. So we have a total of 4 choices here. Is it Yawi? Is it Rene J? Is it Light, who is now in MPL Indonesia? Or is it Flap TZ of Falcons Esports? Yeah, that's the... Oh, why are you doing it in opposite directions?
Oh, sorry. This way.
That's the Flap post.
The glorious post.
Yes, we call it the glorious post. So who among these 4 players do you think is the real showmaster? I do not know if this is a subjective choice for most of us, or would you want it to be stat-based? So whatever you want to follow, comment down below your choice. If I were to choose there, I don't wanna, because I have a reputation of not making a decision. They called it that's Brigida's thing, but you know, you guys have the choice.
Again, conviction. You gotta practice conviction. So make a choice now.
Yeah.
Following stats. Gotta give it to Yaoi.
Gotta give it to Yaoi also.
All right.
M4 skin.
Oh.
Yeah, M4 skin show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's him.
That's true.
That's true. So you guys, whoever your choice
Wait,
is.
how about you,
comment
Renmar?
Huh?
How about you?
It doesn't matter what I want. It's not about me. It's never about me on this desk, you know.
But that's mine. Okay, I'll let it pass. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He's been here for 3 days, so we gotta let him.
Yeah, get a bit
Give him
of
some
leeway.
slack.
Get
Yeah.
ready for the team intros.
Especially as we are about to indeed welcome the teams who are about to play today. There's so much to be look forward to. It's not just the matchup of the roamers. So let's get to know the players who will be participating in today's match. Let's head on to our team intros.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, please welcome our marshals for this match, JJ, Chico, Patrick, and David. The Legend Throne Rider and Rider, can they continue their win streak in the last match of the week? It's Aurora! Mr. Consistent, Edward! The Last Ranger, Demon Kai! The Hitman, and the next standard, Dawn and Kai! They may have faced a bit of turbulence, but the Phoenix is ready to rise once more. It's TNC Pro Team! In the SP lane, Lord JM! In the jungle, Saida! In the mid lane, Lancy! In the row, Yaoi! And in the gold lane, it's Kozen! And I welcome their coaches to the stage. For TNC Pro Team, it's Coach J, and Coach for Aurora is Coach Master the Basics. MPL Arena, get ready for the ultimate showdown!
Showman, showdown, so many words involving the show. It really is a highlight for today, but let's focus on the players of Aurora Gaming first. There's Edward, Demon Kite, Renegade, and Doming Kite.
The name of the game is consistency for these young squad, and they're so far consistently racking up wins, undefeated. And TNC will put that to test. But looking at the Kite brothers once again, it's Demon Kite and Doming Kite actually leading and dominating a lot of their junglers and gold laners in terms of total kills, even gold per minute.
Yeah.
So this team continuously becomes aggressive, even if they're up against a squad like TNC.
The jungle gold, the duos, they've been really a highlight for this season. And Aurora Gaming has one of those who have really established themselves actually even way back. Even changing their name just so that they can solidify that. But they're now up against TNC Pro Team, Renmar.
Yeah, Zaida and Kozen. I don't think we still have a name for them. That'll come up eventually, but they're more on the low-key side of the jungle gold duos that we've had so far this season. But Kozen has been popping off. Zaida has proven to be very proficient with retribution duels, and you gotta be careful if he ends up with a Nolan. Still his signature hero so far. While Lancey, Yawi, and Lord JM, there's so many great things you can say about them as well. Their impact on the map. Lord JM from time to time as the sub-roamer for Yawi in terms of getting vision. And of course, Yawi and Lancey still one of my favorite roam mid duos this season.
Yeah, I think it was just the Yawi who decided to go with the name Zaizen. So let's
All right,
see.
Zaizen,
Yeah.
Zaizen, we have Zaizen.
But let's see if we get to find another name for these duos depending on their performance. Because looking at the spider graphs right now, it's relatively close for both of these teams. I think only mostly being significantly different in terms of win rate, but that's like based on the total wins really. So
yeah.
I think this is definitely a close match that's about to happen.
Yeah, I mean, still a small sample size. And again, it's going to boil down to the draft of the coaches. Because so far, we've seen what Aurora can do with different kinds of drafts, especially TNC. Let's not forget the Novaria and Selena combination in the mid lane when they used it up against Omega and they got the win against the Barangay.
Yep.
I think, though, for Aurora, they have to just keep showing in the draft one of their fortes this season, which is just huge chunks of damage. They like to make sure that Dominguez ends up with a Granger or the Harith. For Demonkind, what his top picks are Suyo, Joy, even the Alpha. When you think of those three, you think of big chunks of damage. So for TNC Pro Team, we might actually see them forego the whole Selena Novaria combo that they have because that has the propensity of getting snowballed over. They're gonna need something that matches aggression in the center of the map to make sure that Aurora doesn't run away with quick damage.
Which is why I am likely leaning towards the idea that we might indeed see the Cho being contested or any other quick rotating mid lane duos out there. But for now, let's listen on what these players had to say in the ping test which happened earlier.
That looked like a
Sinong hindi magkagusto sa katulad mo? Pedicab ka ba? Pwede ka bang ligawan? Eh, gravity! Masyado kasi malakas, Ming. Pwede ka bang hinaan? Kakapiya ng alok, kung hindi ikaw si Yue. Handa akong sapakin ng mukha mo para lang kay Yue. Lakas mo masyado, Ward. Pwede pa hinaan ka, pre? Hindi, ikaw mismo tali malakas eh. Pwede bang hinaan? Kung magiging artista ka, kahit. Kung magiging artista ka, anong karapatan mo? We, anong tawag sa isdang lumilipad? Edi, e-fish.
Renewee is back with a brand new drop. Igay nyo na po. Paasi lang po, mga ka-Aurora. Idol si Renegade. Best tank ko na to. Okay na, ipapapasok na po mga fans in 3, 2, 1. Yay! Idala, 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 idala. Paano man lalaban ang walang kalaban-laban?
I just realized this week we had a lot of singer players, and by far my favorite might have been that Idolo rendition just now by Yawi.
I mean, I'm never gonna get used to hearing.
I'm never gonna get over it. Yeah.
I mean, and he has rightfully so. He's an idol for many kids right now.
Yeah. Let's check out the Infinix keys to victory right now, Renmar.
Yeah, continue rising, Aurora. You've shown up some really great stuff. You can make a comeback if ever you don't get that early that you like. And most importantly, you know your power spikes at around the 5th to 7th minute. Keep that up. Seize the win. Stop the streak if you can. And we've already laid down some of the potential things that you could do for that. Just maybe try to match the early to mid-game aggression that Aurora usually likes to do at the center of the map and punish Renegade when you see him. And please, for the love of everything good and Monyan Empire Holy, please give us the showdown that we want.
I know.
Game 1, Renegade or Yawi Cho. Game 2, we get another Cho. Game 3, which since we'll probably get a Game 3, no more Cho. It's okay.
At least just give us one per game,
Yeah.
or at least give them to both players at least once in this entire series. So
Just imagine they pick Cho, but it goes to the XP lane.
I mean, okay, yeah, no, not like that. Cho in the roam, please. I mean, if I'm TNC Pro Team, I'm already looking at, let's make sure Renegade doesn't get 2 heroes, Matilda and Hylos.
Yeah.
That means that opens up the Cho. That means, yeah, we can bring out the Kufra again, or maybe match it with a Jawhead, which, you know, I wouldn't mind that. We'll get the high-tempo, aggressive, pick-off style of roamers that we're asking for.
I know, and even yesterday I think they've been able to introduce to us some other answers to the potential Tro pickups, such as the Ruby. And it's kind of a way back matchup too, but yesterday, even though a lot of us might have been thinking, is the Ruby quite passive in terms of playstyle? And yesterday they proved to us that no, there are actually other ways to go around with playing this hero. So
Time
now,
to drop
to
the
answer
beat
all
of
of
the
our
flash.
questions out there, will the Mathilda indeed be the last ban here for TNC? Because if not, then that opens up a lot more possibilities here for
Always on the
Aurora.
way.
There it is. A sure ban. You don't want to let the heel man this time get the Matilda, but
The
Suyo,
Immortal One
open
chose
Ranger
me
as
to
well.
vanquish the
Suyo,
shadows
first
that
pick.
plague this one.
And now TNC will choose the Harith over the Ranger, meaning Dominic Hyde will get it. And the Batang goes into the hands of TNC Pro Team, probably the hands of Lord JM. Expect the Vixana to get paired up with that. That's one of the favorite combos of TNC Pro Team. So if this is going to be a Granger already locked in.
There it is.
Are they going to get the Valentina pick, or no, they go for the iconic pick of Edward so far this season? It's the Phobius.
Honestly, if this were any other team, I would have already thought of either the Tro or the Drawhead. No, I mean the Drawhead.
Upon the
Since those are
edge of
the
the void.
common synergy matchups that happen, but TNC immediately responds with the Nolan as well, revealing both their jungle gold duos immediately as early as now, even for Aurora too. But now the question of who will indeed let the roamer we're watching out for pass? Will it really get into one of these teams' hands, or will it go unnoticed completely to our surprise?
It's still a possibility. I mean, Badang has been performing very well, especially in the XP late roam, so both the teams can still get the show. Faramis has been banned out for TNC.
To live
You know, guys, looking at
is
the
to
first three
trick the
picks,
Reaper.
I feel like I'm expecting what Renmar has been saying, MLBB for the streets.
Yes.
Because it's an aggressive lineup for both squads.
Yeah, not a lot of poke except for the Granger. And that's something TNC has to take into account as well, because if a Farsa and Granger end up in the hands of Aurora, TNC Pro Team fighting might not be that easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, Lancy and Yue, considering these two mid laners and their ability to just synergize so well with their roamers, whatever hero they'll be deciding to pick up will be really interesting. Especially as now, the only hero taken out so far, or mid laner taken out so far in the second phase is Faramis, so that like still allows for a lot of the other options to be picked up. The Sicilian,
All the injustice in the world.
Seriously?
Why?
They banned it out?
There goes our whole story.
All right, you guys can two-man cast this, right? I'm out of here.
Oh my god. I wanted to see it so bad too, but well, I guess it is what it is.
I'm kidding, I didn't leave.
He did took off his headset though. Because for a moment, right? Who would have thought it would really get banned out? So now we will be having to revert to either what the Jawheads, the Hylos says,
The
the Tigreals.
Farsa.
Farsa for Lancy would be great,
Yeah.
considering that they also have the Nolan.
Hope will find a way,
Instead,
even
went
when
for the
all is
Vixana.
forlorn.
Yeah,
I get it. The Deathly Grasp can delay the push that Aurora can do.
Yeah, it's their combo, but there's so much range if Aurora ends up with the Farsa and or the Sicilian here. But then, you might even consider just picking up the Valentina. However, there's a lot of dive. Yeah, I think just go for the Farsa or the Sicilian and the Aurora. The roamer for Renegade should be... You could just go good old Hylos.
Yeah, I agree.
All reliable.
It might be safer to play from a distance in this lineup up against TNC Pro Team. It's mostly the Nolans that we've been seeing constantly doing the sandwich plays or looking for the backlines too. But they instead pick up a mage with somewhat reliable mobility once he casts his ultimate. And the Tigreal from Renegade, this is also somewhat of a signature, I'd say, considering his performances even last season.
So right now, TNC, you still don't know whether the Badang will be on the Rome or the XP side, but if you're going to look at the Roma picks still, Gatot, as mentioned, still there. Hylos.
I want to see TNC highly consider an Akai Rome, actually, considering they're up against a Tigreal, and that will mess up the entry of the Phobius. And they did already show up in Akai Rome at one point this season, so maybe I'm just biased to Pandas. It will probably be a Gatan Kacha, as you mentioned, but I would like to see an Akai. You didn't give me the Cho, just give me the Akai at least. I'm ready to say thank you.
Something we've been looking forward which is surprising for us since I think knowing that there's a potential Tigreal or that there is a Tigreal on the opponent's side, you wouldn't always consider going for a Jawhead.
Yeah, to be fair, that's one of the heroes that we brought up earlier in terms of their trading. Cho, Kufra, Jawhead, one of those two. So TNC Pro Team, as much as we didn't get to see the Cho and I didn't get to see the Akai, at least we'll get the Jawhead. That means they'll be able to be aggressive and set the tempo if they're on time with the rotations. If Lancy and Yawi aren't afraid to blow up anyone that they see initially, the TNC Pro Team might be able to take control of the first 4 to 5 minutes of the game. But knowing Aurora, they still have that inevitable comeback in the mid-game.
Yeah, I agree. TNC might have learned from what we've seen yesterday for Aurora too. So long as Renegade is still yet to get his hands on his ultimate, then he might be a go-to target for pickoffs in the early game. If we're talking about TNC and their possible rotations. One final look at the lineups for both of these teams.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Number 1. So let's see if Renegade will indeed play this carefully, and if Yawi will decide to target him constantly from minute 1 onwards.
Alright, so Yawi going for the start that's opposite the Nolan. So when the Nolan gets there, it's going to be an easy orange take. Should expedite the process of the farming. Yue already aggressive with poking down Lancy in the center of the map, knowing that he has to do what he can to make sure Lancy doesn't get shrub priority around the center. Well, Yawi and Renegade already exchanging TPs. You'll have to see the Little Wanderer will be going to Zyda.
You know, my fear for TNC right now is literally time isn't on their side. Again, they can control the 4 to 5 minute mark for the side of TNC, but at the same time, if you let this go to a late game, Aurora's gonna have an easy time. Stack of stuff are gonna pile up for Dominica, and at the same time for Yue.
Yeah. Interesting thing, by the way, Renegade picked up Pull Yourself Together as one of his talents for his emblem set. So that means he'll be able to get his flicker a little bit quicker.
Yeah, so could this be a much aggressive playstyle really for Aurora, that they will not be waiting for the setups from Yawi instead, and they'll be deciding to going in at, and especially during the objective takes that are about to happen later on, because for now I feel like it's been a quiet early game so far for both of these teams. They're just really patiently focusing on the farm. It might be really the first objective before we get to see anything.
Yeah, and when the turtle spawns, I'm waiting for the MLBB for the streets, because again, they can't play passively with this kind of lineup, especially for TNC. Timer, the time is not on their side. Right now, Aurora starting things off. Lord JM onto the back, trying to make sure to give vision. Here comes the throw from Yawi onto Edward. Edward popping his Infernal Pursuit. Here comes the Sacred Claws as well, forcing Yawi to flicker out. The Zyda still there with the steal. And the Zyda combination, Zyda will successfully take away the turtle, but here comes the counter attack from the Northern Lights. That's going to be 2 down for Aurora. And they still go in, Yue say his name and he'll appear right on time with a Bats impact.
And you said it, Ingan, this cannot happen if TNC wants to take into consideration the timings.
Yep, Edward still too damn good on this Phoveus. Undefeated so far in this season with that 3-0. And Aurora understands just how to play around it, especially paired up with the Suyo. If a team that they're up against overcommits in an objective fight early on in the game, the Phoveus and the Suyo together highly punishing!
Oh, good moves coming in from Renegade to cast that implosion onto Zyda, but Zyda will be safely escapes that as Aurora still continuing their aggression. 1.5k gold lead.
Sacred Hammer sideways flicker. What a surprising usage from Renegade, and this is probably also why the Pull Yourself Together is there. He really constantly wants to go for these kinds of surprise engages to catch TNC off guard.
Yeah, because again, if you're playing the Tigreal up against a Jawhead as well as a Badang, it's easy for you to get out of position because of things like that coming in from Yawi, but one Sacred Hammer is more than enough to disrupt the initiation coming in from TNC, and Demonkind goes crazy and brings down Yawi in exchange for Renegade.
That's what we were talking about earlier for TNC Pro Team. Don't be afraid to toss up Renegade when you have them. Even even if that means you're gonna have to sacrifice Yaoi, just make sure that you're getting trades off of it.
Yeah, and I mean, even though the implosion was probably ready for Renegade, they had the Deathly Grasp.
Yeah.
So they had a way to deny the threat of a counter setup coming in from Aurora. So this might be the go-to plan for TNC. Regardless if Renegade already has his ultimate, they just need to prepare for that potential engage.
Lord JM not having a good time here in the bottom lane, got zoned out by Edward's Infernal Pursuit. Even going for more, forced to use out the ultimate plus the ejector. Edward comes his vengeance, trying to zone out Lancy as well. Here comes Demon Kite and the rest of Aurora. Zyda goes for his purple buff, now goes for the counter attack. Edward again zoning 3 members, Mr. Consistent. Really looking for his next kill.
Edward is too tanky for TNC to handle right now. It seems like they don't have the damage to get rid of this problem just yet.
Yeah, too tanky and it hurts. They're gonna have to bide their time and just make sure that they can farm up Kozen, and that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Renegade cast the implosion first, bursts down Yaoi all of a sudden. The lover boy is out of the map, flickers in, misses the target, missed connection, and gets punished. Aurora in a trance right now.
TNC Pro Team. Now they've lost their window. This was supposed to be their time to take control or at least keep things close, but Aurora have run away with the lead early on. You see Zyda now going to the bottom half of the map to try and get farm, but Aurora will take control for the next 4 to 5 minutes. The TNC Pro Team have to hold out and see if they can get farm for Kozen, as this Phovius has proved to be the #1 menace for their attempts early on, although Demon Guide is 5-0.
Okay, a conceal attempt coming in from Yaoi. Will Edward survive this? Vengeance out, Infernal Pursuit might get a kill even! But he can out-sustain 4 members of the Phoenix Army. Finally, TNC finds a trade.
Yep, a decisive engage from TNC, which is
Oh!
What?
Dominite!
Fine Zyda!
What a grown man's play from Dominkite with the Death Sonata. And still, he doesn't even have a Sky Piercer yet.
No, I think yeah, he just got it. So somehow you would know that Dominkite is really looking for these kills.
Implosion once again from the Hitman. Got stopped there by Lancy, but here comes the damage. Dominkite is too much for them to handle, forcing TNC to back away. Now they're going to try and transition to the middle lane. A conceal coming in from the Hitman. He doesn't have the implosion yet, but it's just enough to zone out the members of the Phoenix Army.
Yep, that conceal was already more than enough just for Aurora to immediately get that mid lane turret. And mind you, all tier 1 turrets have already fallen within just 6 minutes of this game.
And now TNC Pro Team are definitely in crisis mode for this game #1. They're gonna have to rely on them just countering an engagement by Aurora. It's gonna be hard if they're gonna be the ones to engage. Even if they get a good toss-up with the Renegade or to anyone, it'll be too expensive for them to try and play around their pick-off. They're gonna have to wait and counter an engagement that Aurora will start themselves.
Yeah, and the very few times that TNC did try to attempt for a counter engage, it unfortunately either missed or they weren't really as coordinated as they could have been. So now Aurora gets their hands on a tier 2 turret as well, and just look at the gold lead currently in the hands of Aurora all across the members that we're seeing right now, but from behind.
Ouch!
Oh, Lancy nearly got taken out.
Okay.
Yaoi in the bottom.
A conceal, they're trying to go for Yaoi. Even Demon Kite used the retribution, but Yaoi was able to flicker out, getting sandwiched by Aurora! And a monster kill from Demon Kite.
Aurora still looking so sharp, still consistent. It looks like they're going to be racking up this game #1 win. Not impossible for TNC to come back, but usually so far, the MPL Philippines Season 15, when it gets to this point, it's tough to come back.
Renegade, the Hitman, paired up with a Sacred Claw. They're going to bring down 2. Here comes the counter attack coming in from Kozen. He's going to pick up 1. Renegade is down, but 4 members of Aurora are still pushing in. TNC still with a successful defense. But man, Renegade, we've been questioning him. Is it the hit? Is it the miss? This time, he secured the play.
And how often do you see a successful clash under a turret still with the holy shields intact? Aurora was able to secure that win in the clash with just Renegade as their only casualty.
And congratulations to Edward achieving 1,000 career kills in MPL Philippines, a milestone for Mr. Consistent.
1,000 kills throughout his entire career.
And fun fact, he is the only EXP laner in the top 20 kills of MPL Philippines in total history. So that just goes to show that Edward is on a class of his own as an EXP laner in terms of getting kills.
I know a lot of you are probably missing the Benedetta era. All those damage XP laners who used to pop up often. These Paquitos. But even despite all that, I mean, look at the pressure that Edward is able to apply towards TNC. We've unfortunately seen or saw them play reactively for the past few minutes. Despite their multiple attempts to set things up, it feels like Aurora always finds a way to either punish Yawi, deny him of whatever his intentions are, and force the flicker out of him so they have little to no problems in the succeeding fights that could happen.
Yeah, and even if TNC was proactive, down to the bottom lane wherein they sandwiched Edward with 4 members of the Phoenix Army, it resulted into a kill onto Edward, but a counterplay right away from Aurora. So you see Edward doing just Edward things, basically doing everything. He's been zoning out TNC, he's been soaking up the damage, being the sandbag at the same time, providing enough vision for the Hitman to strike again. A conceal has been casted but gets spotted out. Yawi goes in for the throw, gonna bring down the Hitman successfully, but the inhibitor turret of TNC has fallen down in the hands of Aurora. They're gonna make quick work of this Lord, but now they're gonna try and pop the Holy Shields down bottom.
Oh, look at that damage from Yue though.
Yep, that Cillian is hurt. It hurts, man. And that's only 2 items. He's only up to the Lantern, the Magic Lantern. He's only built up 2, but he has hella stacks at this point, I'm pretty sure. Meanwhile, Lancy is only up to a Divine Glaive, and he had to rush that item because of the lead that Aurora had already built for themselves. So, in terms of the mid lane gold, you actually just see a 1,000 difference. Zyda, though, is starving. He's only built up to a Malefic Roar. Now he's able to build up the Blade of the Heptases, while Kozin is still on the way to a Holy Crystal. So we're now waiting for the 3rd main item of the Harith and the Vexana. Once they have those locked in, there's a good chance they might have enough damage to blast who they need to blast. The question is, can they even reach Kozin? The answer is probably not, because of the space provided by the Phovius, the Tigreal, and even the Suyo when Demon Kite enters in at the right time. Again, Demon Kite has been untouched this game. 6-0-1. Yue, 0 deaths with 2 and 8. Demon Kite as well, no deaths.
Yeah, so TNC are just probably banking on the idea too that Kozin is also still untouched to this point, but he still has a lot of gold to catch up to.
Yeah. Even if he casts the Zaman Force right on time, it's just an easier target for Renegade to really focus fire on where the Zaman Force is with his Implosion, especially considering that he also has the Pull Yourself Together. Flickers are going to be easy for the Hitman, easily expendable, but 3 seconds in, it looks like Aurora wants to take away the Lord. If you'd recall yesterday, how many Lords was that? 5? 6?
I can't count. But one thing that TNC definitely has to take note of is that Renegade already has the Flicker once again. So they might not want to contest this objective. Also knowing that there is currently a 10k gold lead that is existing between these 2 teams.
Yeah, just a crazy amount of items came in for Aurora. For Demon Kite, the Sea Halberd. For Demon Kite, Malefic Roar. And for Yue, the Blood Wing. So, just really thought that TNC Pro Team might have a little hope here in terms of being able to dish out enough damage, even though we're not completely there yet, since they're still on the way to building up those items. By the way, update, Kozin does have the Holy Crystal. Still waiting on Lancy's 3rd. Aurora now should be able to end it here, or maybe the next minion wave after this initial push.
Yep, let's see. Because for now, they will be focusing on taking down the remaining base turrets. And TNC successfully clears out the Lord. So what will be the play for Aurora this time? Renegade seems to be cooking up something!
Yawi flickers in, first from Renegade, goes in with a conceal plus the implosion play, flicker combination! But Renegade is the first man down in exchange for Yawi, a godlike kill coming in from Demon Kite. The Kite Bros in a trance, forcing Kozin to walk away from his Zaman Force. A fat minion coming into the middle lane, 3 members are left to defend for the Phoenix Army. Zyda gets blasted out of the map, and Aurora shines bright as they take down the Phoenix Army.
The first win of the series will be handed over to the Northern Lights. And that was a quick game. That was a 13-minute game, which they just were cleanly able to execute cleanly from the first minute up until the very last moment.
Yeah, that wasn't handed to them. They earned it. And a good way to cap it off, and a good snapshot of what this game was that last play when Yawi decided to go in with a flicker to try and ejector Renegade away. Renegade clicked conceal so that Yawi wouldn't be able to toss him, which allowed Aurora just a little bit more time to slightly readjust to answer that engagement. Since TNC didn't get the engagement start that they wanted, it was Aurora setting the tempo and calling the shots in that final fight, which they eventually ended.
You know, even if there wasn't a Cho present in the game, clearly Micro didn't lack with those kinds of amazing plays from both roamers. They really set the tempo and made the game exciting.
There were so many clutch decisions that came into play here, even starting off with the emblem builds that were previously discussed, which resulted in a constant flicker threat coming in from Renegade. I feel like even the other members of TNC Pro Team really found it hard to find the perfect position, even despite us discussing that they were indeed going for a dive composition. None of them seemed to be confident enough to actually dive against the members of Aurora earlier, just knowing that there is Renegade who can use the implosion, and that on the other side of the map there is Edward who can just keep zoning you out.
Yeah, unfortunately, the times where we did get to see TNC Pro Team in the earlier portions of the game look confident to try and engage and do something, Aurora sidestepped or Aurora countered. My mind goes back to when Lord JM went for the flicker, thought he could get a big fist break, fist crack combo, but it was sidestepped by Aurora. He just had to readjust it and point them towards the wall they were already beside and just smacked them, but that didn't lead up to much for TNC Pro Team.
Yep, it was a very difficult situation for them, so let's see if they can find their way back. But for now, who is the MVP of that game?
Hey, hey, hey! 1-0 for the Hitman. Again, well-deserved the performance of his Tigreal, going instead for the pull yourself together, sacrifice tankiness, but he made it well worth it because of the amazing sets that he did, even down to the first turtle. The first implosion was amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, he knew just how much value he would get out of his flicker. So instead of waiting for 120, he'll just have to wait for around 110?
Yeah.
Like 110 around 100 seconds. Almost 15 to 20 seconds less time for him to be able to use the flicker again, because he knew he'd be the target of the toss-ups of Yawi. It'll be important for him to reposition with it. You're not just thinking of it as, oh, I have an aggressive set tool. It's, I have an aggressive escape tool, if that makes sense for you.
Yeah, and sometimes those escapes actually bring him closer to other perfect targets as well for TNC Pro Team. And so really, Renegade stood out to us in this entire game, and multiple times, even after he dies, the trades are just so worth it for Aurora. They get something big out of every single time that Renegade goes down, but this was the sequence where we talked about Lord JM missing the fist break and the fist crack combos. So I think from that point onwards, TNC just really had to play it very defensively, and they just attempted to buy so much time, which unfortunately didn't come anymore.
Yeah, it also came to a point where they just really had to use up all the resources for Edward or for Renegade. So even if Yawi manages to find an unstoppable force plus ejector combination, as soon as they gun down Renegade or Edward, they have nothing left.
Yeah, and it seems like looking back at the draft, TNC Pro Team banking on the Badang as a flex pick eventually came back to bite them because Aurora ended up getting the Phobius. It would make sense why TNC Pro Team would do that. This wasn't like a total draft loss. Again, TNC Pro Team drafted a lineup for themselves that have very specific conditions, but it can work. You cannot say that they were out-drafted in that regard. But in the regard that they were quote-unquote outplayed was the fact that that's Edward's signature so far for the season. Now he is 3-0 with the Phobius. Even Dominkite, who yesterday got 2 MVP performances with the Granger. That's just too much comfort on the side of Aurora in the side lanes.
But looking back, it did feel like they were very decisive decisions from TNC. From the first pick Suyo to immediately responding with the Badang and the Harith.
Yeah.
So it felt like they somehow also wanted to allow these heroes go into Aurora's hands on purpose. So
yeah, exactly. That's why you can't say like completely that it was an outdraft. Aurora in game in the execution outclassed TNC.
Yep. So hopefully, if TNC does want to go for that kind of route again, they make sure that they are prepared for it. And I'd say there were moments where they did seem prepared for it, but Aurora was just able to adjust so fast. Sometimes even TNC, I felt like they also tried to adjust some of their approaches at times. It didn't entirely start with Yaoi. At one point when they successfully were able to defend, it was Lancy starting things off with a beautiful Deathly Grasp. But other than that, it seemed read out by Aurora, like the entire way of TNC wanting to respond. So now we see the rich guy once again. Is this his 4th rich guy of the week? It is, right? Like yesterday he got 3 even when they were losing. So Domingkite, this guy.
He's the richest BPI rich guy. And looking at the BPI rich guy gold distribution, I'm trying to look for the kills and assists. 706. I just really can't forget about the play where he just literally sniped Zaida with the Death Sonata early on in the game that set up the tempo for Aurora.
Yeah, and I was already surprised that by that time, he already had his hands on both the Hunter Strike and the Piercer.
Yeah. This is
I was shocked.
Domingkite's most played hero this season. If I'm not mistaken, he should be 7 out of 9 already, with around an 80% win rate for the Granger. It just goes to show when it comes to the draft, Aurora are willing to trade the Harith and all that. They really just want to make sure that they get the Granger. The other gold laners that Doming have played, it's only 2 games with the Harith, 2 games with the carry, now 9 with the Granger.
So he's just played 3 so far.
Yep.
And most teams still let him get his hands on the Granger. So
yep.
I don't know if I'm hoping to see TNC adjust in terms of that. So for now, while the players prepare, I'd like to invite you guys to join the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2 first, because a whopping 500,000 pesos prize pool with up to 1 million diamonds is waiting for you.
And an opportunity to qualify for the prestigious MDL Season 6 this August. Don't forget, AP.Bren came from MDL as the defending champions. Now they're going to defend their championship in MPL. But visit the MSL Collegiate Cup Facebook page or go to the website to register now.
Yep.
No, that's crazy. We're after the end of this year, we're already going to have 6 MDL Philippine seasons.
Oh,
Time
actually.
flies. It's been 3 years already.
Yeah, I think I was still in sophomore year when
you won the back-to-back.
No, and when MDL started, I think that was like my junior year or something. But it's not just the MSL, it's not just the MDL that you have to watch out for. It's also the Athena Cup, which is happening right now. So this is an exclusive league for female pro players and the official qualifiers too for the MLBB Women's Invitational.
The tournament will take place from March 7 to May 27. So let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to be esports pros.
You
have a message for your fellow women?
Yeah. Yes, my fellow women out there. I just saw even Team Liquid launch their female team.
Oh yeah, Team Liquid Aqua. They even had like their own like fighting movie, like action movie style roster reveal.
Yep. So who knows the other franchises who are looking to build their own female teams, because there are a lot of tournaments coming up which would allow for these female pro players, my fellow women, to actually shine. And it would be so nice if I could too, but I know my limitations as a human, so...
As a human. Fellow women.
As a fellow woman.
As a human.
And so I'd be glad to be sitting here alongside my co-talents. But yeah, going back to the match, it was indeed somewhat of a one-sided one. So speaking of rosters, we have to also highlight another roster. It's the Rosa-led powerhouse from Turkey that's now under Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I cannot imagine a better organization to take the former Ulfidnar to get this roster of powerhouses from Turkey. So I'm very happy for Rosa, TNC, Apex 47, Siggy Boom.
Yeah.
I cannot, I have forgotten the name of the player. Lunar, there we go, Lunar as well. So it's like a bit of a mix of S2G, and Ulfidnar. So it's great to see. Yeah, very happy for them.
Yeah, imagine seeing Bad Girl Seth once again, right? I think it's very relevant to bring up, especially now in this series, because even when recent international tournaments happened, you would know that these players from way back, they're close. They actually get to spend time a lot whenever they see each other in international tournaments. So now they will be working under a single organization, and it's fun to see how they might potentially meet each other soon, because for this year, I think we have a lot lined up in terms of international tournaments. So now we all know what these teams are fighting for too, right? The top spots and eventually flying out. But it's a match that's so far favoring Aurora. And clearly, I know they've gotten their hands on much of their comfort picks. Phoveus for Edward, so which is also a very historical moment, I'd say. On this unbeatable Phoveus so far, he got to reach 1,000 kills in his entire career.
Imagine 1,000 kills. I couldn't even play 1,000 times with one hero. Edward has been consistent all throughout his career. This is just MPL Philippines, okay? Not including the internationals, right?
Yeah. So this is just MPL Philippines stats.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Darth Edward for making it this far.
Yeah.
He may have joined the lights, but it seems like he's also joined the dark side. I like this look for Edward.
Yeah.
Makes him look menacing.
He usually looks very young, and I don't know. This vibe makes him look a bit more serious, mature or something. But blue side, it will for now go into the hands of TNC. I wonder if they're planning to switch things up. They will get a chance to secure their priority picks.
Yeah.
But even earlier, I feel like their main priority ever since it was really Harith for Kuzen. But would they really want to let it pass again and allow the Granger go into the hands of Domingkite? Because I feel like that would be a great adjustment to look at or to start from if we're thinking about how they want to move forward in this series.
Honestly, I feel like just go get Granger, open up Joy, let them use Joy, you go Suyo. You don't want to pair up Joy and Harith, so it could be literally battle of the drafts for TNC Pro Team, but this time, let's see, because Doming, as Renmar mentioned, he hasn't lost a single match with Granger, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. And he's gained multiple MVPs, rich guys from it, so that's one thing to note for sure. But now, looking at the drafts, the bans so far, I don't think we're seeing any of these gold laners being taken out just yet. Why they didn't take out the Granger too. So TNC, if they do not prioritize the Granger, I don't know, Aurora might be really happy with this development so far.
So Aurora last bans show. Who's still open? Suyo, Granger, Joy. I feel like they won't ban any of the junglers anymore. Just trade it out for each other.
Yeah, the usual power pick trades are still on the board. TNC Pro Team has to watch out Aurora, potentially picking up Lucas at some point for Edward. Because if it's not the Phoveus, one of his more aggressive options is the Lucas. But of course, you can't take away the possibility of Edward just picking up the Edith later into the draft. So those are things that TNC needs to consider in the back of their minds. So Suyo Joy is what they're thinking about. They might consider picking up the Joy so that Aurora doesn't end up with a Harith and a Joy. However, that means Harith and Suyo. But I also wouldn't suggest TNC rush picks the Harith. I think Aurora would be okay with giving that up. Just choose between the Suyo or Joy and lay on it.
Yeah, I feel like a rush the Granger.
That's true. It seems like they're also really thinking about which choice to go for. So for now, it is going to be the Suyo.
Yeah. I think TNC Pro Team are trying to signal to Aurora, it's like, hey, Joy and Harris look so good, right? But nah, they're not gonna bite that bait. They will rush the Granger. Great choice there. And of course, that turns off now an even harder time, potentially for a Farsa pickup for TNC Pro Team if they want to go for that. I think for the first 2 picks alone, Aurora have already really checked TNC Pro Team in the draft. So now they adjust. They pick up the Harith for themselves, and it's still gonna be a Badang.
It's a very similar draft to what we saw in game number 1 so far. For TNC, at least.
Yes.
But at least that they kind of switched things up a bit and had their hands on the Suyo, because earlier it was the Nolan. So now Aurora for their last pick in the first phase. Is it going to be a flex pick too? Or because they mostly leave the Renegade heroes really, and even the Yue heroes for later.
Who said there are no shortcuts?
They're switching it up.
Yeah, I think for Aurora now, hopefully TNC don't panic and consider picking up things like Selena or a Phoveus. I want them to keep it simple. Consider 2 roamers, either the Tigreal, if Aurora somehow doesn't ban it away, or the Akai. I know the Akai roam is very off from left field, but think about it. It counters the Joy and any initial surprise engagements by the chip. 1 heavy spin and you mess it up. Aurora immediately respecting the Tigreal.
Yeah, and you know what? It's gonna make you happy. They get the Akai.
I don't even think they're thinking about the Akai. I'm the only dude who just goes Akai. No one usually goes for it. They did already before, but I hope they consider it. If it's not that, maybe they might even consider the Kufra.
Or a soft counter too by Lancy deciding to pick up an AOE type of mage. It's usually either the Faramis or the Aurora that we see. But if they really would want to play as equally aggressive, then they also might want to just focus on the mid-duo synergies that are possibly coming up. They take out the Hylos for Renegade, or for Edward, because now they already have the chip in their hands.
The Edith is still going to be a very good pickup. I think TNC Pro Team really needs to consider taking that out. They've already taken out the Phoveus. I think Edward is going to be their point of focus here for this banning phase.
Yeah. It's usually the Edith, Badang, or the Phoveus for Edward, but now that all of these options are out, and even the Hylos, so we might really see him use something else. The CC or the Lucas you've previously mentioned.
Yeah, which is what's tough here, because all the available pickups for Edward are just going to be solid. Lucas is going to be solid, even though if it'll end up against the CC. We've seen now it's become a little bit more 50-50. There are Lucases in the league who can just mess up a CC in lane, even though it should be CC winning in the lane.
Yeah, we've seen it yesterday with Sanford.
Yeah.
Even using the Flicker Unleash the Beast combo to set up plays for the LPH.
There are so much possibilities. Oh, taking out the Valentina for TNC. So could they really be considering the Paramus later on? But for now, it's Aurora who can get to pick up and choose their hero. What is there for Yue if ever they want to pick up the Yue hero first?
Aurora, Farsa, Sicilian again, Faramis.
Yeah, Farsa should be okay. I'm trying to remember what else we saw with Chips before.
Yeah, me too. No, there's no Vix. Chips.
Let's fight to our hearts.
Oh, they pick up the Lucas first.
Yep.
So you'd expect TNC to go with a CC pick? Is it the lock?
So it's a Badang roll then?
Yeah.
If they do go for that.
I think that's going to be their only choice.
This has been the struggle or the problem for TNC for 2 games now. Them flexing the Badang.
They're going to go Nova, but with the Joy around, it might be tough. Might even just consider Aurora.
Yeah.
Sicilian here is going to be tough too, if you're Lancy.
I'm still hoping to see Kufra.
Kufra, yeah,
They
as we
decided
mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I'm still hoping to see him.
Purple Dragon is ready.
Oh! There we go. Got one.
We got one! And there goes the Pyramid.
As you mentioned earlier, Brigida, good call.
To live
So,
is to trick the
this is gonna be the
Let's
way
hold
of the
down.
dragon. Yeah, it's finally happening. After banning it out, TNC, thank you so much for picking it up. But Yue, what will be the response? There's no Valentina for Aurora, but they can, still go for the Sicilian, as you mentioned, if they want to.
I mean, they can just double down on a range and just pick up the Farsa. You already have so many heroes that provide space for you.
Yeah.
So it's either just going to be the Farsa or Aurora that they're going to be playing around with, considering that the members of TNC Pro Team want to get close together around the ultimate of the Theramis at another realm.
But so far...
Or Veil! Oh no, it's still the Sicilian.
So, for the second time around, we're seeing Yue on the Sicilian. And I think it works pretty well for like a hero that doesn't need to be so conscious of a stationary ultimate if you do want to join in with the shortcuts. So you can just like immediately run around and look for the targets every now and then. So I think they were able to take that into consideration though.
Yeah, and it goes also with that line of thinking that Sicilian and Harith, good combo. Sicilian, also a good response to a Harith.
Yep. But then, one thing to note as well for both of these teams, the lineup rating once again favors Aurora. And despite them or TNC being able to take out some of the biggest threats so far, it's still Doming Kite on the Granger. So that's another thing you definitely want to look out for in this upcoming match.
Yeah, honestly, team fighting is going to be so
Welcome
tough.
to
TNC
Mobile
Pro Team here.
Legends.
They're going to be very aligned on Yawi getting some really good pickoffs. But even then, going up against the Sicilian, the Lucas, the Joy, and the Granger all together, that's so much space provided for Yue and Doming Kite that Edward and Demon Kite might just be too much to handle here for TNC Pro Team once we get to the team fights.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm already starting to think of, hold on. Ooh, Sanguine Claws connecting onto two, but yeah, going back, I'm already starting to think of like how the sequence will eventually happen in terms of the team fights, because if you do want to group up together as TNC with the Firearms in your hands, then wouldn't the Lucas, wouldn't the Joy, wouldn't the Sicilian, wouldn't majority of the heroes in Aurora be really happy with that? Because they'd like to put in less effort to capture you guys.
And that's where Lord JM and Yawi will come to play. Their pickups need to be accurate, need to be precise onto Doming Kite, Yue, or onto Demon Kite. So it's all gonna add up for TNC, the responsibilities that they need to go up against a lineup like Aurora.
There might also be a chance, like if it's not gonna be for a pickoff, it'll be mainly a defensive tool to use the ultimate of the Cho, because you're not paired up with a burst mage. You're paired up with a mage that can, if you kick someone back, will probably pull someone back, and then you're just gonna change that crowd control interaction.
So this is probably why we also see Zaida constantly being there alongside Yawi in the early stages, because he is the main source of damage so far at this point. But even then, Aurora, they're not really showing themselves. They're just being extra careful with the patterns that they're showing us. But for now, let's see what happens in the first turtle take of the game, because who's setting it up? Is it Aurora?
Oh, looks like Lancy goes in right after 3 to zone them out, cast the ultimate already to make sure to secure the first turtle for the Phoenix Army.
Good call there by TNC Pro Team. The rotation that Yawi did to help out Lord JM so that Lord JM can get to the EXP to the turtle first.
Edward from behind with Unleash the Beast, forcing out TNC to retreat. Yawi forced to use the flicker. Renegade goes in with the flicker, gonna catch two. Lord JM and Yawi will fall down.
Kozen's here using the Zaman Force. Lancey also goes in!
Lancey with a pull, feeding him off to Kozin, and Zaida picks off the kill as Renegade also gets one more.
He's trapped!
He's trapped! Demon Kite from behind, just like yesterday. Another come from behind attack from Demon Kite. Yawi with the kick. and Zydo with a cleanup.
That was just so quick for Demon Kite. Right after getting the purple buff away from TNC, he decides to dive and get the kill onto Kuzen, who we thought already had a pretty good start because he was able to join in the fights early on.
Yeah, good thing that TNC Pro Team were able to trade things out. I don't know if that was like a lapse in judgment in them, that they forgot that the Lucas can still respond to the invade that they were doing in the orange buff. They stayed there a little bit too long, and that just made enough time for Edward to join in the fight. He rushed the Dreadnought armor, so he's going to be reducing the damage output of, well, 3 heroes at the side of TNC Pro Team, the Suryo, the Cho, and the Badang as well. Yue already has 4 assists, so that's what TNC needs to check here. I know they want to be aggressive and set the tempo, yes, but always watch out for the off angles that either Demon Kite or Edward can come from for the turnaround, because that's what Aurora showed that they do so well yesterday. Demon Kite especially on Assassin jungles just knows the perfect angle for a late entry to turn team fights around.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to be a little more disciplined, especially after you know that you already had the advantage. That was a clean turtle take from TNC during the first objective, but they just seemed like they wanted to make more out of it, and it bit them in the back. So now, let's see if they will be able to regain the advantage, because clearly it did go into the side of Aurora right after that. But Demon Kite might just let go of this anyway.
They're not going to contest it anymore. Even Yaoi actually connecting with the way of the dragon to make sure Renjay won't be able to cast a shortcut. But again, like what happened a while ago, Edward goes in with the Unleash the Beast, forcing out Lancy with that Nether Realm Flicker incoming in from Lord JM, but doesn't connect with the combination. Now Edward still in the middle, gonna get caught out by Zyda. Here comes the reinforcement from Aurora, focusing their eyes on Lord JM as they bring him down. The next target might be Yaoi. Renjay with a conceal, gonna go for a sandwich play. Flickers in once again. Lancy with a pull. Kozen goes in, might be able to bring down the Hitman, and TNC might be able to win that trade. Zyda goes in with a soul sandwich onto Demon Kite, and Lancy with a final blow.
For a huge portion of that fight, Aurora decided to take TNC on without Demon Kite. I don't know if that was actually the best decision for them, or was it something that TNC was able to capitalize on?
They definitely capitalized on it. TNC Pro Team, good call there. Thought Yaoi would actually get taken out first, but he was able to conserve some key abilities. Lord JM is my low-key MVP of that. When he was able to get the fist break, he didn't commit the fist crack, which meant that he still had that big tool, because he knew that if he committed his ultimate there, even though he got 2, no one is in the right angle to follow up. So Lord JM turned around, committed the fist crack onto, if I'm not mistaken, that was Edward, and then even saved up a fist break for the late entry of Demon Kite, which stopped the team fighting flow of Aurora just a little bit.
Those were very important decisions made by Lord JM. And speaking of Lord JM!
Oh, and this time Lord JM didn't hesitate to cash that, but here come the reinforcements from Aurora. All of a sudden, 4 members are there to avenge the death of Demon Kite. A double kill for his Kite Bro!
Oh, it seemed like the Netherrealm was a bit or a second too late.
That was a misread by Lancy. He shouldn't have committed the Netherrealm or tried to get close. He didn't have his flicker, and even if he saved 1, there's so many gap closers on the side of Aurora. That was just... that was a bad call by Lancy. He should not have done that.
Yeah, and I mean, Renjay has been constantly using this flicker. What is with Renjay and flickers today? He just keeps closing in on the opponents, stuns them at the perfect timing, which allows Aurora to get to do their job much better. But wait, TNC right now, they're in control of the turtle. Let's see how Aurora plans to respond to this.
It looks like they're not going to respond anymore because Demon Kite is on the bot side, trying to work on the minions. We'll see a counter response from Aurora. Again, they have the chip. Here comes the fist break coming in from Lord JM. They're not going to commit any skills just yet, as TNC will secure the turtle.
All right, so Aurora were not able to get that turtle since they committed a pretty heavy fight to get 2 and eventually 3 up top. And since Lassie still has his passive, he could come back really quickly, and that meant TNC Pro Team could still get the turtle. So even though Aurora played that engagement and that skirmish up top really well, it looks like they actually committed too much to try and take down 3. So in the long run, it ended up being quite good for TNC Pro Team. So in terms of the gold, no massive leads at this point. Actually, Harris and the Granger together, a slight lead for Dominic, who, by the way, really needs to get checked at this point.
Yeah.
He's 3-0 and 5 and already up to a C halberd. So the next engagements might be, if they cannot get the front line of Aurora down quick enough, then Domikite and Yue will be able to turn things around.
This is going to be a problem. Renegade is never leaving Domikite's side, and he can just call in the other members of Aurora like that!
Yaoi from behind, this time connecting with a way of the dragon to the proper target. Yue's going to fall down. Edward has to flicker around. Here comes the Nether Realm coming in from Lancy, forcing out Aurora to walk away. Lancy still alive, no casualties for the Phoenix Army.
Yaoi at the right angle and just mistimed by Aurora. They didn't expect Yaoi to be coming from there, and now TNC Pro Team have the best lead that they've had so far in this game. They can take this purple buff away from Aurora and push in the bottom lane.
That was clutch.
Doming got it.
Oh, Doming denying
Lord
it.
JM!
No!
Lord JM with a beautiful setup onto Edward. Edward going to be able to dash out. And Yue to make sure to use that Sanguine Claws for good measure. But still, Dominic was able to get the purple buff.
Yeah, honestly, if TNC once again gets to force out the shortcuts with Aurora or from Aurora like that, and them being just prepared to regroup and fight back after they know that it was put to waste, that might happen once again. So Renegade has to be extra careful in his decisions. that didn't hit!
Then Renegade glides through. The cheat couldn't do of Yaoi. And it was key because, again, the Lord has pawned up for grabs for both of these teams. A while ago, TNC was giving up the neutral objectives to Aurora, and now this time TNC looking to secure another objective. Here comes the kick from Yaoi from behind. Was able to cast a shortcut though, but Lancy gonna pick up a kill first. Edward, Mr. Consistent, is down aside against the Lord. Aurora crashing down in the hands of the Phoenix Army. No trade for the Northern Lights.
And that is a well-timed Nether Realm, I'd say, coming in from Lancy. Them being able to clearly out-sustain Aurora and last longer in that fight.
Even though the shortcut was dropped down, Lancy's Nether Realm came in just at the right time. As Aurora now will be playing from behind. Good thing they have a great lineup for defending. And it seems like Aurora are actually comfortable with this idea. Why? They picked up two heroes that have great poke and great distance before you can actually reach them. We saw they were willing to give up major objectives and play around the shortcut turnarounds. So Aurora know that they have a lineup that are good for comebacks at this point. And it's not a crazy lead that TNC Pro Team holds. It's just around 2,000. Yue is already up to a Magic Lantern. Not that far behind in terms of gold compared to Lancy. The Granger actually leads the Harith still, who's up to the Holy Crystal, but it's already up to the Malefic Roar. 4 items locked in for the Granger. So this is still very, as they would say, comebackable for Aurora.
And not to mention, aside from that wave clear they have in their hands, Renegade can just come in with the crash courses and deny whichever engage TNC wants to go after, but they might just be playing it a little more safer for now, considering that they did indeed haven't established that much of a lead just yet up against Aurora, so they have some catching up to do. But at least for them, map control is clearly on their side right now, and Kuzen is finally leading in terms of damage dealt.
That's why I like what TNC decided to go with, not forcing anything anymore. Again, even if Aurora's lineup can scale up towards the late game, if they secure another major objective like Second Lord, they can take down a lot of inhibitor turrets and render the lineup of Aurora useless.
Yeah, the discipline TNC is showing us right now was the complete opposite of what happened in the first hurdle. They wanted so much more from that, but now they clearly know that they have to take care of this advantage.
Yeah, one of the trade-offs of Aurora and their strategy in this game is that the Lucas was not able to get the condition that you want for a Lucas in terms of being able to snowball quickly in the game. Usually you want to at least get 1 or 2 of the turtles and stand toe-to-toe in terms of team fighting early on if you want to play around a quickly scaling Lucas. Since they played a little bit more defensively, this Lucas will turn into more of a utility and set option when it comes to the defenses. As TNC Pro Team, I like how they're positioning. They're slow pushing and not managing the top wave. They're focusing bodies at around the mid, looking at the minions of waves that they have. Magic Sentry spots them out, so now that means TNC will have to be careful around the upper quadrant. Yaoi gets the information, but Aurora Aurora will get the position first on this objective. They show themselves here and will push Aurora back. Renegade holding strong though.
Oh, Ultra Instincts from the Hitman. Both of them use the flicker. No engage for TNC, but also no flicker for the Hitman.
Look at these two. They just know each other so well. So it seems like TNC will be able to position themselves somehow.
Okay, both ultimates has been casted for the both roamers. Here comes Edward with Unleash the Beast. Oh my god! Omega kill brings down the lover boy. But look at the Lord JM with a beautiful setup. Aurora still alive. Lassie flickers in. Dominguez is in a trance. This man is crazy. As Aurora has 5 members left. TNC forced to back away. A conceal from Renegade. I smell blood in the water in the river, but the clash will disperse.
All right. They just lost 2 members, but there's a passive for Lancy. So he will be immediately returning to the fight. And there might be a round 2 for this.
I think Edward decided to dive the back line of TNC Pro Team and locked in on Kozin, because if he didn't, Lord JM's set would have been perfect setup for Kozin to just deal the damage and burst down the members of Aurora. The good thing is that Yue and Dominguez actually didn't commit their flickers in that engagement. So they still have escape tools here if TNC don't check that.
Here comes another initiation from Lord JM. Renegade, will he be able to sustain this? He's gonna get bursted down by Kozin. Lancy might be the next target with another clutch, another realm. Edward and Unleash the Beast will be tamed by the members of the Phoenix Army. Aurora backing off right now. Zaida with the Lord.
Yowie blocking all these bullets from Dominguez. And TNC eventually securing the objective.
Great team fighting by TNC Pro Team and great retribution. A great take on the Lord rather by Zaida, as both junglers looks like were not able to use their retribution at that moment. Brute Force Breastplate now built up by Lord JM. There's a lot of CDR and lots of utility and damage coming out from that Badang that Aurora now need to be careful of.
Yeah, Lord JM's been doing so much in this entire game. I'd say, in a way, he's slowly getting that personal MVP for me. He's been denying so much from Aurora, and earlier even setting things up. So now Aurora will have to defend this Lord for now. Let's see if they're able to deny TNC of what they want, because Renegade will be spotted, and Yowie's looking to get a setup!
Another Yowie of the Dragon! But Dominguez will get the counter kill. Here comes Renegade onto the back and force out TNC to walk away, but Kozin in the trance. Edward's gonna fall down once again. The pull onto Dominguez. Electrifying beat. He lives! Dominguez lives to fight another day. Yowie, Edward will fall down.
And he already got pulled at that moment, but he still survived. Kozin just wasn't able to reach him anymore. But now TNC, they might just be much more confident to still pursue other objectives away from Aurora.
Just goes to show how close this game is. But one gap closer, or at least one gap builder on the side of TNC Pro Team. Make that 2 Divine Glaives on the Theramis and the Harith. Now at that point, Aurora, in those moments where it seemed like they were able to escape with just a sliver of health, might not happen as much. They really need to play around and conserve their flickers. Here comes TNC with the conceal. Hey, yo.
Oh. Hey, yo.
Okay.
A much needed breather.
Yes, a must needed.
Because honestly, I don't know what to expect anymore.
No. That was looking like a clear intention to set up from TNC, but let's get back to that later, because for now we have to settle things first. I don't think it would be best for Aurora to still desperately continue and proceed with the fights if they know that they've already lost much, or that TNC is just so ready to take them on. It did feel like that was the case during the most recent team fight, where Renegade still decided to flicker in and land the shortcut. But even when it was already put there, and when Demon Kite decided to go in alone as the Edith, you already see the amount of damage TNC has. They're not afraid of taking on Demon Kite, especially if he's alone anymore.
Yeah, I also agree because I don't think you should go head-to-head, face-to-face with TNC, especially coming the neutral objective. You have to play around the fact that you have a Joy that can split push, and again have Renegade on the chip that can cast a shortcut at any given moment. And just literally try to extend the game as much as possible. Because again, in the long run, Aurora is going to have a good lineup.
Yeah. Oh, I see a familiar face here, though. That's a Burrito right there.
What? Really?
So,
oh yeah.
he's on the Phoenix Army side. So I hope everyone's.
Is that him a DJ in his phone? Oh, it is.
I hope everyone's getting their much-needed breather right now.
Yeah.
We have only a few seconds left before we get to head back and see what will come out of that concealed play. This is looking like I'm starting to believe that this might actually be a Game 3.
Never doubting the analyst Renmar.
Told you.
Never doubting the passive of the brittle, the Brigida Chantel.
The brittle?
Yeah.
Can we come up with something?
No, I just read it from the
sound
community.
weak?
The peanut brittle, Brigida Chantel.
Oh, so it was supposed to be peanut butter. Okay, let's go. Scent already signals that it's go time, and
where's the conceal?
Yeah, I think it didn't happen anymore.
The concealed.
It was just cancelled out. So quick check onto the items. So many heroes are already full build. Oh wait, hold on!
Oh, the Sanguine Claws gonna pop Yowie's immortality, surrounded by 4 godlike for Dom and Kite. And again, Aurora finding ways to even out the score.
That space provided for TNC, or excuse me, for Aurora. Now TNC though, I like how they didn't immediately back away. They're holding key shrubs last where Yowie was taken down. So this allows them to still threaten key portions of the map. It's still 15 seconds before Yowie gets back. So again, it's just a good call by TNC Pro Team that they didn't retreat. Now they're still playing around the objectives and not playing around Lord JM as the Vision Getter and the Roamer substitute for Yowie, paired up with Lancy now. And I think Lord JM will not forego this positioning of getting information. I like the shrub also as well that Kozet is holding. But you see Demon Kite and Dom and Kite together are clearing up the top side of Aurora's jungle.
Great call too to not force an engage right after losing a member in that very narrow area. But that's a conceal from Yowie. He's back!
Okay. Let's see. They're gonna initiate Yowie of the Dragon to his former teammate Renegade. His immortality will be up with Edward. Goes for the backline, forcing out the Nether Realm. Here comes the counter attack. The counter punch from the Northern Lights. A double kill coming in from Dom and Kite. Demon Kite as well picks up a Spider goes in to bring down the Hitman. The Sizen duo fighting back, but a legendary kill from Dom and Kite. Yue, Edward against Kozin.
Kozin has his Zaman Force. Aurora knows that they have to be careful.
Yeah, look at that aura. Kozin literally just stood there, a hand in his pocket showing, all right, what are you going to do without your jungler? I can still do this.
Oh my goodness, Kozin.
The aura. Make TikTok edits of what he's doing right now.
He's holding the area all by himself, but that's 3 full HP members of Aurora now. So he has to be a little more careful this time. Fortunately, Yowie and Lord JM are already back, though.
They're rushing it.
But they're rushing it. Yeah, they're getting the objective.
3 seconds before Demon Kite goes in once again, as well as Zyda. We're going to have
2.
another beautiful round 2 Lord Dance.
Yeah, that was a great team fight that both TNC and Aurora showed. TNC checking that they're really respecting Renegade's shortcut plays because it's what they're doing. Demon Kite goes opposite map, pushes there, and then just sends Demon Kite through the shortcut. But Aurora were just able to hold on long enough because Edward again, when we were talking about this utility style of Lucas, Yowie with a kick!
Commits the kick already onto Renegade, no immortality, he might go down in the hands of Zyda. Here comes the Salmon Force coming in from Kozin, forcing Aurora to retreat, and that's a dub. TKO for the Phoenix Army.
They get to take down the shortcut too, so there's no way for the other members of Aurora to just catch up in the midst of the fight. Now they're in full control of this Lord. But Aurora, they might still want to go for it. Demon Kite is in the middle lane.
They're going to try to look for an opening. Here comes Edward joining out the members of the Edward going to fall down. A clutch that from Lancy. You are a god in a mid-way. Yowie with a kick. Demon Kite, immortality of Dominic will be popped and will get shut down by Zyda.
army soaring ever higher. And it looks like they've flown through the turbulence, as Aurora now will have to face a fierce Phoenix siege.
Three members from Aurora. Minions onto the middle lane. They do have clear wave, but the momentum, the aggression and the adrenaline of the Phoenix army, you can already feel it as the Lord sieging in onto the bottom lane.
Doming kites down for 23 more seconds. Oh no, there's the shortcut once more.
Renegade flickers out to make sure to evade Yaoi. Here comes the kick once again. Demon Kite forced to back away. The Lord is down. The base has now been exposed and will be erased by the Phoenix army.
They will not let this series pass without a game number 3. We've only seen the show once. They cannot let it end like this.
In the Dance of Dragons, the highlighted hero comes in big. In the hands of the man that has the most played games in MPL Philippines on Joe, Yaoi and TNC Pro Team force game number 3 against the so far undefeated Aurora.
I honestly think my hair got all messed up after that fight, and now that I'm seeing it...
No, I'm the comment section already typing, no Brigida, you look great. You look perfect as always.
Well, thank you very much. But honestly, I was literally holding my head the entire time. There were so many beautiful clapbacks from both sides, and it just felt like Yaoi and Renegade were always on the lookout for each other. More so for Yaoi though. It really felt like he was just always looking for Renegade.
I mean, if you go back to a point in the top lane and top the turtle pit, the two flickers of the both roamers were in sync. That's how they know each other. They know the tendencies. And again, it was a game of back and forth, but TNC rose to the top.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful, but we have to give our flowers to the MVP. That's Zaida on the Suyo. Clutch Retrieve, he gotcha.
Yeah, and most importantly, it led up to when Kozen stood in front of Aurora and said, try to take this Lord now. Because Zaida was able to get a kill onto there. I just cannot remember the member who it was. And able to bring Demon Kite very low to send him back. And the other members of Aurora were so low that they couldn't do anything around the Lord. And that's why Kozen was able to stand tall, buy time, and provide information. It's because of Zaida.
Yeah, it was the Zaizen duo. They really played a huge role, especially in the latter parts of the game, as you mentioned, Renmar. But again, Zaida's composure to just make sure to out-retry Aurora. Even if a Demon Kite has huge, amazing angles from the back that he can, at any given moment, go in for the retry steal, the whole squad of TNC was prepared for it, especially our MVP, Zaida.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that sequence where Zaida still decided to fight back against 2, still get a kill off of Aurora, and that was before the Kozen hand in his pocket standing in front of Aurora moment. I think this was it. Or, no, this wasn't it. It happened later on in the fight, but that was just one of the many moments where Zaida was just so decisive, and I like how coordinated TNC really felt, especially towards the latter portions of the game, because I know in the early portions there were moments like this where there were late Nether Realms and all that, but they were quickly just able to adjust on the fly.
What a sequence by TNC Pro Team in the last few minutes, and of course every engagement that they have playing around the shortcut of the chip. And Renegade played this chip very well. It's just you saw TNC Pro Team were able to pull off some key things, specifically Lord JM. Even Edward had a fantastic game. Him and Edward were trading blows. If Yaoi and Renegade were trading, all right, who's going to be able to crowd control who and whatnot, Edward and Lord JM's entries also came in big. So look at Zaida here, the lower portion. He's going to be able to bring Demon Kite low, take down Renegade. He gets taken down, but that meant Kozen was able to actually take down Demon Kite, which led to a longer dance around the Lord for TNC Pro Team that Aurora eventually just fell to playing around the Nether Realm, and Yaoi getting that final big kick onto Domikai just when we thought that Yaoi didn't have his ultimate anymore. He still did.
After multiple times where Aurora just sidestepped their way out of either the Jeet Kundos or the Way of the Dragons or wherever Yaoi just landed, he was able to find the most important and crucial kicks during those moments of the game, which eventually handed them over the victory. A lot of times, though, I was also really wondering as to why it felt like even after multiple layers of crowd control towards Renegade, he was still able to find a way to just land the shortcuts.
Yep.
So, at least for TNC, they also realized that the shortcut is another problem too. They cannot let it go unnoticed if they want to pursue with the fights.
Especially if Edward goes in with the Unleash the Beast already casted.
Yeah.
I mean, you clearly see Edward being a one-man army, forcing out Lancey's NetherRealm in crucial moments. But again, Lancey was always almost on point with a lot of NetherRealms, even down to the very last major objective, the Lord. He was the one who got the Lord.
Yeah. Eventually, it just became a big story of whose front line can hold long enough. It seems like it was Lord JM at some point also, because they don't have a hard front. Yawi is more pick-off style. He can dish out crowd control, yes, but he's just going to be taking up and soaking up damage. Lord JM, again, we talked about him and Edward and what they bring to the table for these two teams, but having the NetherRealm with them and Lancey being able to use them at the most appropriate times for a majority of the big engages that could really turn the game around. Well, TNC Pro Team eventually got the win, and this time they were able to outclass Aurora.
This is one of the very rare times we see the Granger on Toming Kite getting denied of a victory and not being the rich guy too.
Yeah.
Is this the first time he lost to the Granger?
For this week? Yeah, I think it is for this week.
No,
he did lose, but...
yeah, he already has like 2 losses on the Granger.
But the rich guy is always in his hands.
Yeah, this time it's in Zyda's hands. Able to get a good amount of gold through the jungle creeps and of course managing the minions. And you really see just how much of a team fight centered game this was, where because you see the around 2,600 gold for Zyda through kills and assists. So it was really based around the skirmishes and being able to build advantage through takedowns.
That was so interesting to see that we reached the 20-minute mark, but not even the late game Sicilian felt like that much of a threat anymore for TNC. It's like they're always able to do the front-to-back kind of answer.
The real MVP.
So,
You're gonna doubt me again? Bring it up when I call a 3-game series happening?
Yeah, I don't doubt you anymore.
Thank you.
But I can't
blessed.
help it. The mother is here.
The daughter is here as well.
The mother is here. She's on the other side, and she was here too yesterday. So
at this point, you two are statistical anomalies. It is not coincidence. It is straight up fact. When you guys are around, it's just 3-game series.
I'm still not over the fact that I already casted the 4 longest games according to Renmar.
Yep.
I don't know if that's true, but...
You did.
Okay, I did. I guess I did.
4 of the longest games in MPL Philippines Season 15 were casted by you on the English broadcast.
There were 30-minute
Wait, I have a question. Were you with Brigida during that time?
For a good amount of them, yes.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
How can he not be?
I mean, fortunately, I love my job.
Yes, that's right, that's right. How can we not love all the action and the intense battles we're seeing right here? But if you're unable to join us live at the MPL Arena, we also have watch parties happening in other portions of Makati. There's one on March 15 and 16. When's that? That's today and yesterday. Yeah. It was versus Omega and TNC. So yeah, we have watch parties for all the RORAs out there. Shout outs to all of you guys watching from the official watch party. You can check out their socials because I think they do this often. Other fan bases too are starting to have their very own watch parties, and it's really cute because like the fan bases just seem so united supporting their teams. So now before we head back into game number 3, let's check out who gets to accurately copy the power ball. I think it's supposed to be on the other side, but
this reminds me of the meme.
What meme?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know.
I don't know, but maybe I know. Okay.
Maybe you know.
Guys, do it on the right side. Okay.
I think you got the correct. I think we're gonna have a face-off between the two.
Even the lips, he got it. But we still
Oh wait, no, that dude is super accurate.
Wait, which one? The one that went brown? But this guy
Other side, bro. There.
That's a bit off.
Oh.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay, okay.
Just look at the...
He even got the lips.
Yeah.
He just needs to look at the camera. Oh, this guy. What about this guy?
That's all right. Yeah, you know.
Smile less, smile less.
No, don't smile. Don't smile.
Half smile, half smile.
Hold it.
Oh, there's the showdown.
It's a face-off. It's a
Not the
face-off.
face off.
All right, hold it.
That's a showdown.
Oh, there
Okay,
he
there
switched
we go.
aside.
There.
Okay.
I think the guy on the right. Takes it.
Yeah.
Wait, and
Oh no, he let go. What?
Oh, who's this now?
I think
him. Okay.
we have to give it to him because he's in the Phoenix Army side. He's in the Phoenix Army side. You see the orange lights in front of him. So he is going to be our winner for the power pose. Congratulations to you. You see us right here. That's me. Look at my hand.
The other guy.
I just had to let them know this is the Phoenix Army side.
Yeah. I feel bad for the other guy. The other guy really worked for it, you know?
I know.
He even bought a whole get-up for his moment, for the power pose.
Yeah.
But he was on the other side.
That man was.
And he took too long to switch it to the right hand. So I can blame him. Congratulations to our winner for the power pose. We have a lot of giveaways in store for you if you do decide to watch on site. So don't forget to visit us if you can.
It's a side down.
Oh my gosh, here we are! It's a game
sorry,
3.
what's a side down?
Showdown to Zaidown?
Yeah, I get showdown. It's a play on showdown.
Yeah.
It's a side down.
Maybe it's a play on die down.
Nah.
It doesn't make sense.
Showdown to Zaidown. If you guys have theories, just put it out there.
I'm on my hater era now. So like
Skeptic Renmar.
Yeah, I feel like
Skeptic Renmar who gets happy every now and then, even though teams prove him wrong, like the Alice yesterday.
Yeah.
I think we were really happy with the outcome of things. So whatever Zaidown is, I hope to get to find out later on. But now we have an MPL ID update for you guys too.
Oh,
Emma!
Damn, 14-0-3? And they swept Geek Fam?
Wait, on a Beatrix?
Yeah.
With a Bea?
We don't see that
Whoa.
here. We don't get to see that anymore here in
Yeah.
MPL Philippines. I think the most recent unusual goal laner we've seen was the Claude.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just mostly the Grangers and the Harris.
Yeah.
That's Eman for you.
Yeah, just so y'all know, in MPL Philippines, there's literally only like, there's more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gold laners played. But in terms of the most consistent, it's literally 4. Ranger, Harith, Irthel, Moskov. That's where the trades revolve.
Yeah.
And then we had like a few games on Carry, Claude, and one Bruno game yesterday.
Other than that, no, not anymore.
Wait, still no Beatrix?
No,
Still
no Beatrix here.
Still no Beatrix, despite all the snipers who
Yeah.
you know to be here in the Philippines. It's more of the Granger sniping right now. But that's interesting too. The Granger has a very high win rate if you're looking at statistics, but just now it lost. And I'm wondering if they are going to actually let Renegade use the Cho this time. Because
I hope so.
yeah, that was what they mentioned earlier,
like
right?
getting game 1.
And it was Renegade. I mean, it was Yaoi.
Yeah.
Who said that?
Yeah.
So Yaoi should give way to Renegade.
I don't think it's like in their hands that much.
Then they could.
Yeah, if ever
Go with
Yaoi's
player's
probably gonna
decision.
tell his coach to say, Coach, can we just give the Cho? It's fine. I'll just be ready to counter it.
Yeah, I mean, just week 3.
Yeah.
It's just week 3.
And Yaoi...
Hey, every week matters.
Yeah, well, it does. And
Yeah.
Yaoi's Yaoi. He has the Akai. He
But
has
the showdown matters also.
Yeah.
I want to see them throw it down.
Yeah, we saw Yaoi do good with it. Now let's see Renegade. Hopefully.
We all want to see that happen. And how poetic would it be if Renegade won too? Like, I can't wait to see the second time they'll be meeting each other this season. That's gonna happen a few weeks from now. But let's focus on the present. Aurora immediately gets their hands on the Suyo. So, is the option still gonna be Harith for Kuzen?
I am not the only one bound by
Oh,
these
they get the
chains.
Mobius.
Experience.
Oh, they switch it up.
Alright.
Okay.
Gonna force out Doming Kite to use out a different hero. Can pick up the Harith right now because expect it to be banned out later on. But the Irithel as well, still an option for DK.
Yeah, the thing with the Phobius getting picked up early, it's a soft no to the Cho. If you're Aurora, it's like you're thinking, can we really? So, yeah, I think we're gonna end up with a heel man pick.
Oh!
That high loss most likely going to the hands of Renegade, while it's the third straight game on a Sicilian for UA.
And they pick it up in the first phase too.
Yeah.
So it's the gold laners which will be picked up later on. And Zyder reverts back to the Nolan for now. And we're yet to find out what the hero for Yaoi is going to be. But now we get our answers. Somewhat this might be indeed a Renegade high loss.
Yeah.
But it's still a flex in a way. I mean.
I thought that could still be an option. And for the side of Yaoi, Chohen is even still up for grabs.
Yeah, if ever, we might just see Yaoi pick up the Cho again.
For the second time around.
Yeah, if ever that might come in the last pick though, and they'll save the Cho pick to see if Aurora will actually pick up the Cho for Renegade and put Edward on the high loss.
Or you could see a swerve from TNC, go with the Badang roll.
Badang Rome. I think it's been more often used in the EXP, right?
Who said there are no
But let's
shortcuts
see.
in life? I literally invented one.
RORA taking out the chip themselves too. So will TNC ban out another gold laner? Or will they ban out an XP lane? If they do take out the Harith Moskov, that'll be interesting. Or
Yep.
the Harith Erika?
I think they're gonna have to make a choice between one of the gold laners. I like the idea of taking out the gold laner pick. I think Irithel more is the one that they'd rather ban and just give up the Moskov. Just make sure that they can play well around that. Make sure that whatever Lancey doesn't end up with isn't so static. But they will respect the Tigreal instead.
This is interesting. So at least for Dominkite, he still has his options. The Moskov Irtel's still there, but Aurora, would they want to ban out one of Lancey's potential heroes too, or they'll just double down on the roamers since those are the players to watch out for. Yeah, Strawhead maybe, or Cho.
Cho, yeah.
What did they ban it this time?
Good, yeah. Still the Badang, because there's a possible swerve again.
Okay. Go ahead and respect it. Lancey pick up for the fourth, hopefully. If they don't pick the Yaoi pick just yet, I want to see them prioritize matchup for the Rome. You already see your mid lane matchup. I think Vexana will be the safest pick here for Lancey. It'll be very good. Farsa could be a little bit risky considering that the high loss is still a flex. And the Lucas is still active, but going up against a Phobius, that might not be the case. We might either see an Edith or a CC, which if that's the case, I think TNC is still considering a Valentina.
Yeah.
But if they overthink this and pick up Valentina, they go ahead and just lock it in again, okay.
So they just saved the Lancey pick for last. At least they are able to adjust in terms of that, but Aurora can potentially think of other ways to play around the Cho better this time too. The Irithel looks good.
Yeah, Irithel and or CC and Edith might be good for Aurora.
Could this be a time for a Ruby roll? XP high lows?
I wouldn't like a Ruby up against a Phobius, because the Phobius is very happy with the Ruby around him.
What else is there? Oh wait!
Fights for the ultimate
They go for
On the hill,
Harry. Okay. And Renegade or Edward. This might be an Edward Hilda.
Yeah, this can't be a Valentina anymore. I think they just go Vixana here for Lancey. Even a Veil would be okay.
At this point, it's just really the the Vexana, the Veil. It might be tricky to. No, the Aurora's there.
Or run it back for Amis.
Well, yeah. They made it work
It
earlier.
worked against Cecilion.
With a Hilda and carry.
So let's see what the option will be. For Lancy this time.
Hope will find a way.
Okay.
Even when all is
It's still gonna be the Vexana safer route, and I'd say it's a more reliable duo too if we're looking at both the Cho and the Vexana.
Good even drafts all around. I like the Hilda pickup for Aurora. Because if ever they don't win the center of the map, they can win the EXP, and then Edward will just rotate to make sure that they can apply pressure still onto the Nolan so that Zyda doesn't get to free farm, and also at the same time apply pressure onto Yaoi. Quite even, this matchup right now is very execution-based. Although looking at the two gold laners, let's see if Akozen is ready to duel it out with a carry. Of course, the Granger has the reach advantage over the carry. However, we have seen some carries be able to outplay a Granger in lane. It's not that frequent, but if he can do that and keep it quite close, then the late game is going to be the key for Aurora. As early to mid, TNC can run away with this in the first 7 to 9 minutes.
And this is really looking like a team fight based composition
Welcome to
for
Mobile
Aurora
Legends.
if they do want to actually let Dominkite get his items and buy him enough time to actually participate in the fight. But this is it. This is game number 3 and the deciding match between these two teams who we've been looking forward to go up against each other for the longest time. So let's see how it goes. So far it's been a really patient early game, even between the mid duo so far. But look at Kozen.
Even the first 2 games, it was relatively slow. Apart from game number 1, where TNC had an early engage with Yaoi, with the Yaoi jawhead. But this time, this is actually again the first time Renegade and Yaoi will battle it out in the Land of Dawn. So far, Yaoi has used up Cho 2 times 1-1, looking to extend that win streak with the Cho to 2 games. And again, going back to what Renmar said, the thing is, in terms of late game, no questions asked. Aurora has a good lineup, but again, the question might boil down to who's gonna take them towards that time, who's gonna enable them. But Zyda and actually Lord J enforcing out the Revitalize of Edward early on.
Yeah, and based on the rotation we've been seeing for the first few minutes, it seems like Aurora might just want to be focused on the gold lane. They might want to rotate more frequently there, but hold up, Renegade gets poked down really low, but nothing will come out of it just yet. It's just an exchange of punches here and there, and I'm really surprised as to how Dominkite is holding up his own lane. He already used the regen in less than, I think, 30 seconds, even after being poked down really well by Kuzen, but he's holding up pretty well.
Yeah, you'd expect Dominkite to actually have a hard time up against Granger, but Aurora's looking like gonna have an easy time securing the first usual objective. Strike contrast from what happened during game number 2, where TNC was just really getting all the turtles without any contest from Aurora.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what TNC was able to get out of that. They weren't able to steal away any jungle caps from Aurora. And even despite the fact that their gold lane pretty much is at an advantage up against Dominkite, they weren't really able to maximize it. So it's just Aurora getting the turtle with actually no trades from TNC in the early game.
Yeah, a lot of that also boils down to how Edward is performing in his lane. Again, he's always first when it comes to rotating outside, disrupting any potential initiation that can come from the Phoenix Army.
I think also TNC Pro Team are waiting for a better time for Zyda to be able to burst down, like actually get a sure 60 to 70% burst when he uses his fracture. As TNC Pro Team are trying to slow things down. It's not, they're somewhat allowing Aurora to set the tempo here. Because again, if they go too fast, I might force some reactions and put them in a state where it's a little bit too chaotic for TNC's taste. So they've taken a different approach for the early to mid-game spike, while they're looking more for the mid-game spike instead, actually, with a slower pace.
So it got carried over, like TNC being that very disciplined team.
Yes.
After learning just from a single objective take in the previous game, it's hopefully something that won't entirely put them at a disadvantage, because if Aurora does indeed get to snowball, then it'll be really hard for them considering their lineup. But at least they're able to just maintain things as they are. But the control and the aggression is clearly coming from Aurora still.
You know, TNC's mindset might be that we're not going to play as aggressive as we've been playing because, again, but hold that thought because Lancey's poking a Demon Kite. All the while, Yaoi goes in with an off-angle way of the Dragon. Renegade goes in with a glorious pathway to bring down a Yaoi, now forcing TNC to retreat.
Yeah, good thing Yue was able to flick back. That could have been a sure trade favoring TNC Pro Team, but it ended up just becoming better for Aurora. Lord JM now forced to go back, and Aurora will get the second turtle of the game.
Yep. Kuzen was also there, but that didn't mean TNC was ready enough to win against Aurora or engage against them completely. So now they will be returning back to their lanes, and they'll be continuing this pattern of being a little bit more passive, not unless... Okay, Demon Kite gets to touch that too.
Yeah, I think I just a tad early for Yaoi. I think he was already thinking about where Demon Kite would end up, so the Demon Kite delayed his exit. Yaoi with a kick.
Okay, they're gonna commit it on to Renegade, but Yaoi gets redded down by Demon Kite. The damage early on from this carry is just too immense for Yaoi.
This isn't looking too good if you spend too much time without the follow-ups, without your other members. Dominkite will just have the time of his life.
Yeah, and at the same time, Aurora are playing much better around the show. They're really respecting it. They're expecting that Yaoi's gonna kick Renegade every chance that he can get. But Yue and the rest of Aurora have been ready to respond to it every time.
They're at the purple buff right now. Will Zyda get his hands on it? Look at these members contesting it away.
Oh, it's going to be a 4-on-4, but Zyda might be able to escape though still. Who's going to get the purple buff? It's going to go on into Demon Kite. So where will the trades from the side of TNC come from? Yaoi goes in for the kick, but on the other hand, Aurora's just rocking the mid lane. Going to zone out the members of the Phoenix Army. Renegade is going to fall down, but TNC's first tier turret will fall also.
TNC now have decided to play this game a certain way, and now Aurora are taking over the early game, the supposed window of TNC. And the late game lineup is more leaning towards Aurora. The Yue and the carry, or the Sicilian, excuse me.
Because he's been playing it 3 games
Yeah, he played 3 games, so Sicilian and carry together are going to be much harder to deal with for TNC Pro Team than the the Vexana and the Granger together. Another kick by Yaoi.
Gonna come in onto Renegade. He has a revitalized Glorious Pathway still up for grabs. Tanky Renegade, the hitman. No, call him the chunkiest man in the land of Dawn, soaking up the damage. Coming in from TNC, Yaoi goes in, wants to go for more after Demon Kite, a flicker from Yue. No, not Yue, but still Zyda gets the turtle. Here comes Lord JM, forcing Aurora to retreat, and now the trade TNC is looking for is here.
Well, TNC Pro Team found their timing, finally, at around 7 minutes in. That's exactly what we were talking about. They knew they couldn't take the next turtle down, lying down. They needed to try and contest for it, which they did. They got it, and now they have more room to breathe around the map.
And that was pure respect from TNC too, seeing that Renegade was just so tanky, they just really couldn't take him down. But at the same time, that was multiple resources that they were able to burn. That was to revitalize the Glorious Pathway, and so they were able to set up a bit more for that turtle take. But let's see now, because it's still Aurora getting the better conversions, getting the turret objectives away from TNC compared to them.
All right, let's see where the Nolan is at. Already at a Hunter Strike, on the way to the second item. Already 2 for the Suyo with the War Axe and the Hunter Strike as well. Kozen already built up to a Malefic Roar, and also has a Sky Piercer, so that's 3 core items for this Granger. Definitely TNC are online, and look to seeing them being more aggressive and to really trying to win trade-offs. As Lord JM also just built up an Antique Cuirass.
Yeah, although this is the moment where they have to get past Edward too, since he's already being part of the rotations.
Yeah, because of what Edward has been doing, Yao is forced to go for those off angles just to make sure to try and reach for the backlines. As Dominkite just going for the turret damage. TNC can't even defend anymore. They're out their turrets onto the top lane, while Kozen wants to go for a trade onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's a map wide split, and Yaoi's actually covering the area so that Kozen will know when to go back. Kozen should know to go back already. as Yawi was able to block off the downwards rotation of Renjay and Dominkite. Demonkite will show himself in the map. So TNC have a very good idea as to where Aurora are.
All right, we're already seeing the first Lord spawn for this game. And you mentioned the TNC, they're already online. So they're looking to contest this. They're looking to fight.
Oh, Demon Hunter Sword already built up by the carry. TNC Pro Team need to really try. If they cannot break down the front line fast enough, they at least need to bring Dominkite low so that he gets forced back.
Oh,
Yawi!
Yawi of the Dragon plus the Flicker combination onto Mr. Consistent, but it looks like Aurora's just too much for them to handle. Zaida might be next on the chopping block. One member down for TNC, and Aurora was miles ahead over the Phoenix Army.
I don't think TNC can afford to not get the perfect target this time. Dominkite's just too much to handle with all those free hits and the late game damage.
Yeah, and Lord JM, good control on him actually. It seems like TNC Pro Team saw how fast Yawi was going down, and Lord JM decided not to just keep jumping onto the members of Aurora, and he uses Dark Wave defensively since he wasn't able to get a really big one that maybe led to 4 members getting knocked up on the side of Aurora. TNC Pro Team just decided to go back and now will try again through another pickoff. However, Aurora did get the first Lord of the game, and this could be a devastating push for them as, again, the Sicilian of a Yue still untouchable. Same for the carry of Dominkite.
Oh, and not to mention he still doesn't have the Wishing Lantern too. He only just has the Glowing Wand. So once he gets his hands on those items, that'll be a lot more for TNC to consider. And they really will have to say goodbye to their outer turrets. Definitely looking at Aurora's control.
Yeah, the great wall of Renegade and Edward. Again, we're gonna go back to the question or the problem that Yawi has to face. He has to go for those different kinds of angles if he can't rely on the flicker, because Edward and Renegade has been doing a phenomenal job in zoning out and giving vision for Aurora. Lord sieging in onto the top lane. They're going to save their Holy Shields at the top, but they're going to lose their Holy Shields in the mid.
Oh, they might just say bye-bye to it now too. So there's only the Holy Shields down bottom that's left, but we're also nearing the 12-minute mark either way.
Interesting itemization, by the way, for Yue and Renegade. They both decided to go for Crystals because they didn't want to go back. They wanted to maximize the mana region that they could get from those items so that they don't lose Shrub and positional priority against a lineup centered around a Cho. It's a very, very small detail, but it's fantastic itemization by Aurora.
On top of Yue getting his hands on his very own purple buff 11 minutes into the game, so he can sustain the fight a little bit longer. And it's not like TNC are actually able to stay that long too. The damage that's coming from Dominkite at this point, again, one wrong way of the dragon from Yawi, one miscalculated play, they could just get immediately deleted by Dominkite.
And Dominkite already has the Malefic Gun as well, so it's going to be even slightly harder to get that carry. 540 stacks on codes and 12 minutes in. He just built up a BOD. So again, we already mentioned it earlier, TNC has been online for quite some time. So despite this being a 5k gold lead for Aurora, this is actually within the realm of a comeback possibility for TNC Pro Team. When you're at around this point of the game and the course of your lineup is well farmed, a 5k gold lead for the other side isn't much.
Okay. Because we are looking at the second lore now, and hopefully they both get to take into consideration all of these factors from both sides. Lord JM has some sort of vision, but they're just really waiting for TNC to show up. And Renegade, he's about to get all the necessary information.
You have found where Yawi is, and now that's a recalibration for TNC Pro Team. They decide to show Lord James. They go for a conceal. They're going to go for the wraparound.
They're going to go for the black. Gonna try and go for Demonkite. The kick is there, but it's not going to be a follow-up. As Dominkite will go to burst him down. Here comes Edward, wrecking havoc on the side of TNC. Forcing the flickers from Lord JM, but here comes Demonkite with a Queller. Lord JM going to be able to sustain it, but the Lord, not so much, because Aurora will secure it.
Just a moment too late for the release of the Deathly Grasp and combo by Lancy. By the time he was finally able to bring it out, Demonkite already threw the dagger out. to iframe and escape. A good attempt by TNC Pro Team, but better responded to by Aurora.
Yeah, a very devastating sequence, especially for Yawi. Unfortunately for TNC, they're able to retreat. I think the Dark Wave that was well-timed had a lot to do with them escaping Aurora chasing after them. But now they have to think of their defense. There are 3 waves that are in sync, marching towards their base.
Okay, Zaida attempted to go for the purple buff as Lord sieging in onto the middle lane.
So gets his own buff. Aurora still sieging. Relentless as they are, they're waiting for the minion waves. Team Shield for Edward and TNC are still holding. Aurora taking the very disciplined route.
I don't think Dominkite ever had to use his Purify just yet. In this entire game. No one's able to reach him.
Yeah. There's 5 things untouchable on the side of Aurora. Demonkite, Dominkite, Yue, Edward, and Dominkite's Purify.
No one gets to be taken down at all. But now, at least for TNC, they still have 2 base turrets that are currently intact. And this is discipline coming from Aurora as well.
Yeah.
They will not force anything just yet. They might just be playing this by the book and waiting for the next objective.
Because again, it's all going to boil down to what Renmar has been saying. The 5k gold lead, not so much, as long as TNC, their cores, have sufficient enough items, can hold on long enough. Lord JM and maybe Yawi can soak up the damage, be the sandbag for a counterplay coming in from TNC. So one mistake can turn things around for Aurora, but can it also turn things around for TNC?
Yeah, and another thing that we're seeing is as long as Yawi doesn't get the right angle or they get the right pick off, Lord JM doesn't go aggressive, and they have to keep holding on to that mentality. Lord JM don't fully go and commit up until they immediately get the -1. Once that happens, that's when he can be aggressive as a Phoveus. Again, this is a flicker Phoveus, not a vengeance Phoveus. It's a flicker meant for the counter set and being able to maximize the dark wave and the crowd control he gets from that. Still, very pick-off dependent RTNC.
Yeah, this is a different kind of lineup and playstyle we're supposed to see from them. It's not Yawi and Lord JM getting to engage together at the same time, or Lord JM having his very own openings, or having the capability to just look for members from Aurora and set things up compared to earlier when he was on the Badang. So they have to be a little more patient in terms of the decisions that they will be doing this time. And the 3rd Lord has finally spawned. This is the Enhanced Lord, if I'm not mistaken, still.
Yeah.
So TNC really has to be careful. They lost 1 base turret too already.
Oh, they're going to burst it down. Aurora might just go for the Lord instead, forcing TNC and keeping them at bay. Look at the damage coming in from Yue.
Good seal. Edward's positioning so good. Yeah, he goes in!
With the way of the dragon, but Demonkite survives as he also secures the Lord. Goes in, forced to back away. Hunting season for Aurora. Edward was able to escape. No casualties for Aurora and TNC. They will lose too.
Yawi was able to find him, but Dominkite was free once again.
Zaida and Yawi did their absolute best in that scenario. Zaida was even able to get a retribution off. Demonkite did not retry that Lord. It was his 2nd skill that helped secure it. And now Aurora, very disciplined yet again, countering the engagement of TNC Pro Team, might now be on the way to winning in this game number 3. Yawi is back, Zaida back in 5. Who wins? Who dies?
Lord sieging in onto the middle lane. Renegade goes in with a glorious pathway, but Latsi counters out with a deathly grasp. They're able to out-sustain the damage coming in from Aurora, but the Lord still on there. Yue flickers in even for the Sackwind Club. They're going for the base and it's all over! Let's go home! Aurora's streak lives on!
That was too quick of Aurora once they gained access to the base. That flicker in last minute too from Yue, they just literally wanted to seal the deal at that moment.
The right call, the right play. They gave the choke to Yawi yet again, but this time they were more ready to play against it. A hell of a game, a hell of a series. And we might be seeing the next big rivalry here in MPL Philippines. A very friendly one at that, because of Renjay and Yawi and even Kozen's history with the team.
really feel the history between these two young men. If you're gonna go back and rewatch what happened, they know their tendencies of each other. They've been doing a good job. And speaking of doing a good job, TNC, the Phoenix Army, still, still in a good position. And again, they will always continue to rise.
Very commendable performance from TNC, getting a game off Aurora, and still showing us that kind of mindset, the way they're able to just reintroduce themselves in this season. And despite this loss, I'm pretty sure that they've learned a lot once more and are bound to bounce back stronger than ever in the coming weeks. But if it's just consistency we're talking about, if it's just who performed better and cleaner in this match, Aurora once again, multiple times, just constantly adjusting, changing things that'll benefit them in the long run on the fly. So I'm looking forward to see and hear what they have to say. Let's head on over to the stage and listen to the winner's interview.
After that intense of a series, standing at a 5-0 record, it's Aurora Gaming! What a performance again, another thriller. Umabot na naman tayo ng 3 games, Odin.
Siyempre, at rinig na rinig natin ang mga audience. Likes within! Alam na alam nila yan, Hans. At ngayon, gusto kong tanungin si Rene J. Rene J, nasa iyo kasi yung spotlight today. Rene J, another win to extend the streak. Ano ang gusto mong sabihin ngayon kay Yawi at saka sa TNC Pro Team?
Unang-una sobrang saya ko tapos last din nila talagang sobrang nahirapan kami kaya umabot ng 3 games yung laban. Kumbaga, pero paano ba yan? Talo na kita
Ayun na nga.
Sorry
Tsaka nakakabitin. Kasi yung pinag-usapan nila,
Kanina kasi, bago tayo mag-match, diba, sinabi ni Yawi na ibibigay daw sa yung show ng Game 1, kanya yung Game 2. Pero the whole match, hindi namin nakita na ginamit mo yun. Doon pa nanggaling yung gigil mo para matalo mo sila sa match na to?
Hindi, plano ko talaga, 9 games ko si Yawi sa interview Sabi ko magchuchu ako pero hindi talaga. Para gamitin niya.
Yun pala yun.
All part of the plan pala. Okay, so it all worked out. It all worked out, right? And Rene J, with your win streak here, ito na ba yung full form or full force na Aurora na inaasahan ng sobrang daming mga fans? Or feeling mo, mas may lalo pa kayong kayang ibigay come the next weeks?
Tingin ko po, mas meron pa talaga kaming mailalabas tsaka maipapractice. Katulad nung game 2 namin kanina, medyo pangit pa yung execution namin. Kumbaga, may mga kailangan pa talaga kami improve kahit nanalo kami sa mga series. Kaya lagi umaabot ng 3 games. Pero okay lang, 3 games, mas maraming laro, mas maraming natututunan.
And actually, I love that. I love that. Kasi, Coach MTV, hindi na ako lalayo kasi nandito ka na rin naman. We were talking about those 3 games. What does that say about your team? Kasi, what do you think of 2-1 na nagiging resulta? Mas gusto mo ba na 2-0, 2-1? In your opinion, what is this Aurora team looking like in terms of form?
Siguro gusto talaga naming 2-0. Pero ngayon kasing regular season, lagi ko naman sinasabi, every season to, kailangan namin i-test talaga yung mga ginagawa namin sa scrims. So kung matest namin siya at effective siya sa scrims namin, syempre itatry talaga namin ilabas. Then syempre alam naman natin, gusto rin ng fans ng bago. Pero yun nga, hindi lahat talaga ng tinatry is magsasucess. Pero ang importante sa amin kasi is matry namin para at least marami kaming baon.
At ang mahalaga, sumakses pa rin kayo. Diba? You love to see it. Sumakses pa rin sila. And Coach MTB, I know that you guys are already at 5-0. But in terms of anything for a significant amount of improvement, ano pa ba sa tingin mo yung kailangan improve ng team kahit na hawak nyo na itong undefeated record?
Siguro hindi kasi namin tinitingnan na undefeated kami. Ang goal pa rin namin is magpalakas pa rin. Kasi kahit na undefeated kami ngayon, meron talagang team na sigurado dahil nasa MPL pitch tayo, siguradong aangat at aangat yon. So kapag naabutan kami, yun yung pwedeng maging cost ng talo namin. So dapat hindi kami magpahabol sa kanila.
There we finally have it. Coach MTB, very well said. Boys, just one final question. Ano ba yung mga suot nyo and where else can we find everything else? Right? Patingin nga. Patingin, kailangan may mag-flex na isa. Kailangan may mag-flex na isa. Timon Kate, ikaw na may hawak eh. Ikaw na may hawak eh. Okay, harapan mo na. Harapan mo na. Okay. Okay.
Wow!
Asan yung likod?
Sheesh, ang ganda ng font.
Saan ba nabibili yan, Demon Guide?
Itong jersey namin guys available sa Shopee. Tapos
Sa mga online and offline supporters namin, try nyo rin manood ng watch party namin sa KMC. Maraming salamat, guys.
There we finally have it again. Your undefeated Aurora Gaming. Congratulations, gentlemen. You may now take your walk of victory.
What a match, Hans!
What a match indeed. For your 5th win, you may now take your bow. Aurora seizing those wins once again. Renege, nanalo kontra kay Yawi. What else could we ask for here?
Well, a lot of surprises pa ang naghihintay sa atin in the coming weeks. Pero bago tayo tumungin dyan, ay meron pa tayong match after this.
Yeah, but for now, we're gonna take a look back at our casters para malaman kung ano ang thoughts nila. So casters, back to you.
Aurora sitting comfortably at the top alongside Team Liquid Philippines and other teams who are still currently on a win streak. This team keeps getting stronger by the week, but who is our MVP after that game? I wonder. Okay.
The Hitman, you know, he won the showdown without using Cho.
Yeah, he said earlier in the interview, I said I was going to use a Cho, but I actually wasn't gonna. So I got him there.
Yeah. He said it was all part of the plan. He just told Yawi that he will, but he wasn't. And apparently, they were also ready to fight back against the Cho from Yawi the second time around.
Yeah, again, Renege was checking the rotations of the Cho. You want to be placing yourself in a more aggressive positioning if you're a high loss going up against a Cho so that the Cho doesn't get to the key shrubs first. And Renege and Yue understood the assignment. Again, the itemization to go for both the crystal so that they, elegant gem, there we go. Both going for the elegant gem so that they don't need to go back to base as much to regain their mana. And at the same time, Aurora were also able to successfully check the rotations and executions that Yawi wanted to do. This is one of the bigger ones. He was able to get the kick onto Demon Kite, but Demon Kite found himself in a better position. Zyda wasn't able to win the retry, and Demon Kite was actually able to use his second skill to get that Lord down. At the same time, the difference between the two EXP laners, the Phobius and the Hilda, where we saw Edward placing himself in the backline of TNC more than Lord JM was actually able to reach Dom and Kite or Yue, because Lord JM knew that he also had the other role of being the tank for TNC Pro Team if Yawi goes down.
It honestly felt like it took so long for Lord JM to get out of his lane compared to Edward. And that is indeed, I think, the primary objective of Edward heading into that game, picking up the Hilda, which solidified the idea of the walls that Aurora had in their lineup. In the very few instances we saw someone get past these walls, it was mostly just Yawi all alone with no follow-up from his teammates because they were being blocked off really well.
Yeah, and exactly, that's why you questioned a while ago, or you were asking, how come we haven't seen Dom and Kite even pop his Purifieds? Because again, of Edward being able to clear out his lane first and provide vision, and as Renmar mentioned, the elegant gem pickup, so they have mid control. So these small things all add up to how Aurora was able to prevent the early game aggression of TNC. Because we were questioning first 2-3 minutes, how come Kozen was having a hard time against a carry in the gold lane.
Yeah, and look, pick-off-centered lineup around Burst. You're up against a double Revitalize. Look at the damage taken between Lord JM and Edward. That just goes to show and proves the point that we were making. That Edward was more present in disrupting the backline of TNC Pro Team than Lord JM was. And again, you can't fault Lord JM for doing that because he's the main tanky presence. Yawi is pick-off. You're up against a lineup that has two tanky presences in the Hilda and Hylos, a better front line for Aurora.
Oh, but props to Kozen. He was able to still be the carry of that game, dealing a total of 70,000 damage up against Aurora. So you know he really tried his best, and he had his hands on the Granger too, but still the rich guy, Demon Kite, he just felt so unstoppable earlier. Like he wasn't even the main target anymore, not until the last moment where Yawi really just tried to go after him. But even then, that was just time for Dom and Kite to just throw out all his shurikens towards Yawi.
Yeah, it really all boiled down to their rotation and why Demon Kite rather is the PPI rich, because again, there was a particular point where we were asking, TNC gave away the turtle. That you were expecting a counterplay or at least
There was none.
someone to get the jungle kills, but they didn't get anything because of what Demon Kite has been doing.
Yeah, that probably still remains to be one of my biggest questions in this game, because as much as TNC wanted to probably be a little more on the defensive side, or we're probably being a little more patient, I was hoping to see more of the trades come into play, because the
Cho
the Cho, aside from the Cho, but like the gap, the advantage grew too big. So now I wonder what went on in the comms earlier between these players. So let's listen in to the mic check. Okay, so apparently it was Demon Kite who was the most quiet with the lineup of Aurora, at least in those last few moments of the game.
You know, to be honest, among the 5 players, the only person I understand was Demon Kite.
I can't even understand what they were saying anymore. Even you, I was just so talkative.
Yeah, sometimes silence is louder than words.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, we have a community shout out here from Jeff Larona. Battle of the Undefeated, get ready. TLPH versus Aurora. He's saying who
has the advantage?
Who has the advantage and who will get the advantage? Because these two teams
again, our dilemma. There's no English word.
Here we go
Gigil.
again. There's Gigil once again. It's these two teams are
maybe eager. Is it eagerness?
oh yeah. Maybe they're just really eager to win.
No,
okay.
it's not enough.
I am not gonna doubt our
Eager
analysts.
with an
Thank you.
or something. I don't know, because it's not enough.
Bring it, dudes, clip that.
Do that one more time and stare at the camera while doing it.
Because
That's a
like,
suggestion.
we
Don't
can't.
have to do it.
Well, yeah,
I
because
can't tell you what you should and
no,
should
but
not do.
I believe you. It's eager. It's eager with a or something. It's like
Again, I was talking again.
no, it's okay.
Yeah, next time,
I
just
already
bring
did
it.
it. Let's just do it off cam, because we can't find the perfect word for Gigil. But shout outs to all the live streaming players out there. We also have a lot of them. Watch their streams for a chance for the favorite players to follow you back, get in-game codes, and you might actually get an opportunity to play with them. So we have previously we had Kirk.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, apparently it's Sanford.
Yeah.
And on the 24th, it's Renegade. Oh, who just won here.
Yeah.
So if you're fans of Sanford or Renegade, might as well take note of it and write it down on your calendars.
Join the Pro Player live stream for the Golden Month.
Yes, it's so exciting. There must be a lot of giveaways out there, but this is the match that will officially close week 3. It's Onic versus AP.Bren. Both teams who are at the bottom half and both teams who are looking to redeem themselves.
Yeah, they're struggling. Onic have yet to get another series win. AP.Bren still has to get their series win.
Yeah. There's a lot at stake for this upcoming match, but for now, we'll be heading into a very short break. So don't go away. It's Brigida, Ingan, and Renmar. We'll see you again later for Series 2.
worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
Defeat GG.Bren! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na! Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
Sinong hindi magkagusto sa katulad mo? Pedicab ka ba? Pwede ka bang ligawan? Gravity! Masyado kasi malakas, Ming. Pwede ka bang hinaan? Kakapiya ng alok, kung hindi ikaw si Yue. Handa akong sapakin ang mukha mo para lang kay Yue. Lakas mo masyado, Ward. Pwede ba hinaan ka, pre? Hindi, ikaw mismo tali malakas eh. Pwede bang hinaan? Kung magiging artista ka kahit. Kung magiging artista ka, anong karapatan mo? Anong tawag sa isdang lumilipad? E-fish.
Renewal is back with a brand new truck. Igay nyo na po. Paasi lang po, mga ka-Aurora. Idol si Renegade. Best tank ko na to. Okay na, ipapapasok na po ang mga fans in 3, 2, 1. Yay! Idala, idala, idala. Paano man lalaban? Ang walang kalaban-laban.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PNS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back to week 3, day number 3 of MPL Philippines Season 15. After witnessing a very close 3-game series earlier between TNC and Aurora, we're about to jump into AP.Bren versus the world champions Onic Philippines. I am Brigida together with Ingan and Renmar, still bringing you the action for this last day of week number 3. And this match feels very, I'd say, important because both of these teams, they need to put an end to their losing streaks.
Yeah, for AP.Bren, again, you're still looking for your very first win coming into week number 3. It's very crucial for you. And for the defending champions, Onic Philippines, you have to get your groove back as soon as possible. And this could be a potential game to do that as soon as now.
Yes, it's very important. Now is the time for them to do that. But by the way, we also have Time Zone, which have an exclusive promo just for you. So don't forget, you can get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos cash.
Basically 50% off, and all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
That's my favorite
At
part
least they
of this deal. I legit look forward to it every single time. But it's not just that, guys, because you can also get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code. That's MPL 2000, and head on over to ttracing.ph so you can check it out.
Plus, don't miss out on this exciting TT Racing Gaming Share giveaways during MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info.
Don't miss out on this exciting deal. I tripped on my words there. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Yes, please don't miss out. We have a lot of amazing deals over for you who are fans and viewers of MPL Philippines. And even for those who decide to watch on site here, we have a lot of booths. We have a mini time zone also over here at the arena. So if you want to check it out, don't forget. But just to quickly recap what happened. Renegade, the MVP of game number 3, locks down Yawi to extend Aurora's streak. I think Aurora really worked together so well, stopping Yawi on his show the second time they went up against it in earlier series.
It's a well-rounded effort, and again, it's nice to see both roamers going head-to-head once again after a very long time, but this time the Hitman comes out on top.
That was a series where we saw Yue play the Sicilian 3 times, and yeah, I think the Sicilian is going to come out as a major pocket pick for Aurora. They just seem to play very well around that. And even Renegade's high loss is still undefeated, now sitting at 4-0.
I agree. Even the carry by Dominkite, right? It was a really amazing performance shown to us, but we have to check the updated standings after what happened earlier, which I feel hasn't really changed that much because TLPH and Aurora will simply be on 5 match points for both, and they're really sitting comfortably at the top. This winning streak, I wonder when they meet each other, right? That's another thing to look forward to. Like, whose winning streak will get broken or get put to an end? But what we're watching out for this time as the final series of week number 3 again, it's the bottom team AP.Bren up against Onic Philippines. A lot of us might still be surprised to this day that we're seeing the most recent world champions in the bottom half of our standings, even though we're already in week 3, but it's actually happening. And I can't say we've found a definite answer as to why Onic is experiencing this, but it's a lot of factors, I feel. Like a lot of teams stepping up and them somehow, needing to adapt.
Maybe it's the Champions Curse, because it's not just Onic, right, Renmar?
Yeah. I mean, they're going up against champions today. Those are the champions of MPL, and they shared, well, their boot camps weren't shared. Their boot camps were like across each other at one point. Like literally,
neighbors.
The houses were side by side. So they're actually very familiar with one another.
Yeah, because for MDL, the MPL franchise teams tend to really have their partnerships, their MDL teams, their counterparts, and Lazy, which now we know to be as AP.Bren in the MPL Philippines, is one of them. Like, it's the former partnership of Onic Philippines in previous seasons. So now we're talking about 2 champions of their respective leagues who are, again, currently in crisis. Onic on a 3-match losing skid is a very unusual scenario for a lot of us. This hasn't happened since season 12. It's been that long since they've last encountered this. And it's not just them, as I mentioned by Ingan. Even TLID in Indonesia.
I mean, you don't know what's going on right now because the champions, I mean, they've been in the spotlight for so long. The champion curse might be real. And again, teams have continued studying these guys because, again, they're on top of the world. And at the same time, they are the meta shapers. And it looks like when it comes to the metas, they're falling back behind.
Yeah. When you're standing on top of the world, there's a lot of eyes on you, and it seems like the rest of the world have met the bar or have reached the bar that these 2 teams set for the past few months, as now they are struggling in their leagues. And I don't think it's just also like when it comes to the draft. I know a lot of members in our community talk about drafts, talk about how that has a big effect on the game. But when you really look at the in-game as well, teams can now tango with Onic Philippines and Team Liquid ID. When we thought it was only these two that can really play with each other very well, everyone else now just plays very well against these two.
Top 5 for Onic Philippines and bottom 3 for TLID, who just yesterday encountered a 9 minutes and 38 seconds defeat against RRQ. So far, the shortest game that has ever happened in MPL ID this season. So that's another interesting thing to look at. So as much as a lot of eyes have been on them since their winning days, now the pressure hopefully isn't getting to them that much. Like, there are probably a lot of skeptics really out there. They're starting to come up and say, like, what is happening to them, right? It's a very unfortunate scenario for them, but I like to think that, especially for Onic Philippines, they've been very vocal about it too. I think in a recent interview as well, Coach Why Not has mentioned that what he's observed from Onic Philippines is that they're somewhat playing not to lose. And it's not something you would usually expect from Onic Philippines. For the longest time, they've been this very decisive, setting the tempo type of team. So now we leave it to you guys to decide on whether or not this entire discussion about the Champions Curse is real. Is it a yes for you? Is it a no? Do you think that the PH is just different, it's just so competitive, or are you believers that they'll come back? If I were to ask you, what do you think is the answer here?
C. And they're gonna prove it once we reach one of the international tournaments that's upcoming. If Onic Philippines dominate that, I mean, for sure the answer is C.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I think it really is real. The Champions Curse is just so many eyes on you, learning from you, taking notes from you, just so that they can beat you. It's the rest of the world adjusting to these top teams, the former champions, and it just goes to show how volatile wouldn't be the word I'd want to use here. It's just how quickly teams are able to adapt to a certain bar that's set, that they can quickly reach that bar.
Yeah, and if it were indeed to be the case, Onic Philippines, they really have to step up to get out of this, to deny that curse from happening, because it's looking like it is really affecting them, especially as we're about to close week 3 and they're yet to get their wins. But it's an equally important responsibility for AP.Bren to do the same. I think I'd like to put a lot of focus on our junglers as well. King Kong and James Panks, they are two of the standout players from both of these teams. Mechanically promising players, or if not proven, have already proven themselves, right? So these two players are definitely people you would want to look out for in this upcoming match. I mean, they do know each other a lot, but it's different now that they haven't been together for a while, and that they are actually looking to get that win after such a long time.
Yeah, it could all boil down to what happened a while ago between Renjay and Yawi, where they know their tendencies. And at the same time, what baffles me is that in 3 weeks of MPL, King Kong is actually the least has the least amount of kills when it comes to kills in the jungle role. So that's so scary.
Oh, there has been something going on, definitely, and it's those multiple eyes watching out of Onic Philippines and finally finding out how to respond to them. But for now, I like to hear what these players have in mind, have to say about this upcoming match. So let's head on over to our All Access segment.
Welcome to All Access segment. Nandito ako ngayon sa AP.Bren holding area kasama ang a man with a million moves, James Panks. Hello! Kumusta naman? So, yung mga weeks before ay hindi naging maganda or naging mahirap para sa inyo yung mga matches nyo. Paano nyo continuously minomotivate yung sarili nyo coming into this match?
Sa amin po, kinakausap lang kami ng mga coaches, tas ng boss namin, hindi pa, sinasabi nila na hindi pa naman tapos yung season eh. Hanggat may chance, babawi kami ng babawi. Yun lang.
And that's right. Before tayo mag-ere, alam ko na may tinuturo kayo kung sino nagmamotivate sa'yo. May matuturo ka ba ngayon?
Ito si Coach Pacbet, oh.
Ayun, nagtatago pa si Coach Pacbet. Bakit si Coach Pacbet?
Pag nakikita ko kasi yung mukha niya, mumotivate ako eh.
Okay. Okay. Pero ngayon, motivated kayong papasok dito sa match. Makakaharap mo ngayon sina King Kong. And before, alam namin na may pinagsamahan kayo. Pwede mo bang ikwento sa amin kung ano yung background nyo?
Yun lang po, magka-same kami ng bootcamp. Tapos yun, parang magkakapatid lang. Tapos yun, nag-i-scrim, tapos banding. Ayun po, ganun lang.
So talagang may pinagsamahan na kayong dalawa bago pa kayo maging magkalaban ngayon. Kung may tatanong ka kay King Kong na payo ngayon, ano yun?
Payo?
Payo, oo. Tips. Nanonood siya. Nakikinig ngayon si King Kong sa kabilang room.
Nakikinig kami.
Paano mag-diet?
Paano mag-diet?
King.
So, wala sa in-game. Talagang gusto mo na lang magbatak katulad ni King Kong.
King, pakita mo yung muscle.
Ayan na.
Pakita mo
Hans,
yung muscle, King. Ayan o, yan
Ayun
ba
pala.
gusto mo matutunan? Pre,
Yan
yan
pala.
gusto mo matutunan. Tinatanong niya si King Kong kanina, hindi daw tungkol sa laro eh. Paano daw ba mag-diet? Yan ang gustong makakuha ni James Punk sa'yo. Ano daw ba ang strategy? Bigyan mo ako ng tatlo. Number 1, ano ba ang kailangan gawin para ma-achieve ang ganyang lifestyle?
Discipline.
Number 2,
Self-love.
So may discipline, self-love. Ano ang pangatlo?
Patience.
Okay, nakuha mo ba yun, James
nakuha mo.
Punks? Nakuha mo. Ulitin mo, James Punks.
Ay, may mic ka. Ayan.
Ano sasabihin ko?
Ulitin mo.
Ulitin mo lahat na sinabi niya.
Self-love, discipline, patience.
Doon sa tatlong yon, alin yung wala ka?
Lahat eh.
Yun lang. Paano tayo yun kakaharapin si King Kong? So, doon sa tatlong yon, kung wala ka nun, ano naman ang panapat mo kay King Kong? Saan ka lumamang?
Mas gigil ako dyan, tas mas pogi ako.
Yun lang!
Okay. King, hindi ko alam kung narinig mo yun.
Wala ka dito, Hans.
Teka lang, Odin ha. So, mas
Sorry.
gigil daw siya. Okay lang yun, papalampasin natin yun eh. Pero mas pogi daw siya sa'yo. Anong rebat natin dyan, pare?
No comment.
No comment. Yan, pre, clinose up na kayo. Clinose up na silang dalawa. Hindi na yata
No
natin
comment.
kaya to. Odin, walang comment. Wala
Walang
muna
comment.
kaming rebat.
Oo.
Bahala na muna si James Punk sa buhay niya. Alam ni King
sabi mo?
Kong kung anong
Ano sabi
carry,
mo?
pre.
Teka lang, Hans. May sinasabi
Oh,
pa
sige,
si
ano
James
yan?
Punks eh.
Di ako nagsabi nun, King, nabulungan lang ako.
Okay? Bukod sa mas gwapo, masunurin si James Punks. Yan ang napatunayan natin ngayon. Tama? Okay. Siya na lang sumagot.
Sige.
James Punks, ano naman message mo sa makakalaban nyo ngayon?
Good luck sa inyo. Yun, galingan lang natin and bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung mga viewers.
Teka, pinagpapawisan na kasi si King eh. Okay, King, ano bang mensahe mo para kay James Punks?
Message ko para kay James Punks. Good luck.
Good luck.
Unti lang yung nasasabi sa'yo ni King Kong. So, James Punks, good luck. Maraming salamat. Hans and King Kong, pakita mo ang kagwapuhan mo sa camera. Okay. Good luck to all our players. We can't wait kung ano nga bang aabangan natin sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Kaya naman, casters, yun na to.
Alright, I don't know if it was legitimately coming from his teammates, but James Punks made a very bold claim in that interview. Would you mind translating to the audience what he just said?
James Punk basically said, King Kong, you may be better, but I'm more good looking.
James Punk's about to get destroyed, bro. Nah, say whatever you want to King Kong, just don't claim you are more handsome than him. And he tried to say, oh no, I didn't mean to say that. They just told me to say it, pointing at his teammates. But nah, James Punks, bro, you gotta be careful, dog.
I swear, the King Kong fans across the world, I could not count just how many King Kong fans have emerged after their championship.
Yeah. And speaking of fans, I'm pretty sure the #1 buff of James Punks will be watching tonight.
Oh.
So James Punks doesn't care even if King Kong has thousands of fans. I have one fan, and that one fan is the love of his life.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is she in the arena today?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
She probably is.
Yeah.
But
Probably is, yeah.
for those asking how to build muscle like King Kong, he also laid out the answers too. There were 3 important rules that you have to take into consideration. What's that?
Self-love,
discipline.
Discipline.
And
patience.
Patience. But Renmar suggested
protein.
Yeah, because you cannot eat any of those. Can you eat self-love? I'm not going to make that joke here. Can you eat discipline? No. Can you eat patience? You cannot. Can you eat protein? Yes, you can.
But you know what King Kong can do? Make James Banks eat his own words.
Ah.
Is that good enough, Renmar?
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, what's the macros value on words?
Wait, I haven't thought of anything yet.
Ah, come on.
I'm just happy with what I said.
My goodness. But I'm liking the personalities that are coming out of our players, especially from AP.Bren.
Yeah.
Even though we're just entering week 3 and I know they're yet to get their first win, I like the confidence that's showing up. It isn't that far from what we've seen from them in MDL. Do you recall this kind of aura coming in from Lazy Esports then too from MDL? Because I feel like this has been the same kind of personality they've been showing, right? It's a good sign.
That's why we called James Banks the man with a million moves, because even under pressure, actually someone said that Onic AP.Bren actually liked it when their backs are against the wall because they perform better. And that aura needs to come out today up against, the real Sigma. No words needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when they shared a boot camp, these two teams had a sort of symbiotic relationship. When this roster of AP.Bren were then called as Onic Arsenals, they made each other better through scrims, through in-house scrims, and I think we're about to see a live competitive in-house scrim right now.
I think in James Pang's words, he called their relationship similar to that of siblings. So let's see how that will turn out in this match. Let's head on over and introduce our players for this match.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match is our marshals, JJ, Chico, David, and Patrick. Down but not out, the Super Families back for their final match of the week. It's Onic time for Onic Philippines. In the EXP lane, the Kirk attack. Kirk! It's the Beast! King Kong! The Monster Mage, Super Frizz! The Bruiser, Brusco! And the Gold Standard, Calra! But can these young guns put a stop to them as they find their own way of redemption? The hive is buzzing for AP.Bren! In the EXP lane, he's dead! It's the man with a million moves, James Pang! In the mid lane, Chove Skirt! His partner in the mid, it's Rome Kekadai! And in the gold lane, the silent kid, Shizu! And their coaches. Please welcome to the stage, Coach Why Not and Coach Jeff. MPL Arena, whose loose streak will end and who will finally get a victory? Onic Philippines versus AP.Bren.
The battle of the Sonics versus the Bees. This is definitely a match to watch out for. Here's Onic Philippines, Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, and Kelra.
Even if a lot are questioning what's happening with Onic Philippines, you cannot deny the fact that they are still the defending champions of the Philippines as well as the world champions. And they're just looking to continuously prove that this is just a small crack in their path towards greatness once again. And they can be able to bounce back and go back to their God 4.
Yep, and after going up against Team Liquid Philippines yesterday, the top of the ranking so far, I'm pretty sure that they are hungrier than ever and that they've learned so much as well. But up against this challenge too is AP.Bren. It's Der, James Pang, Strovsker, Kekedot, and Shizu.
it feels like we've seen less 100 moves from James Banks. And that's a long way to a million. So hopefully we get to see him really shine here. Kekenot, Choveskirt have to pave the way for their jungler. Shizo, he's been slowly showing up and getting there. Dare has been the one who's coming out as the big X factor in some key plays when he has his hands on the Badang. However, the times where Onic Philippines lost is because their opponents were able to outplay and minimize the activity of Kirk. Dare has to win in lane and beat Kirk.
Ooh, that's a huge responsibility that they have to do. And I just want to say, Shizu also took off his glasses once again for today. It seems like they're really getting serious. But this spider graph, despite the losses from Onic Philippines, it still pretty much favors them. It seems like in terms of like every single game they play, they tend to perform better than AP.Bren.
You know what baffles me about this graph? AP.Bren comes from MPL. They were the reigning defending champions, went up against RRQ in a 7-game series in a global ban system. But if you're going to look at their hero pool, they're the least unique heroes used among all the teams in MPL.
Yeah, I thought AP.Bren at this point would actually just try to juggle more heroes and attempt more strategies, similar to what Twisted Minds is doing with their own ability to try and make Alice in the jungle and healing roamers or mid laners work. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of that experimentation from AP.Bren today, but there's a chance we might not because they're looking for stability. They're looking for their very first win.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt, but let's see if they would take that into consideration, knowing the gravity of the current situation. So let's listen into the pink test.
Oh, daling mo, sayaw na gusto ko, kaya igiling, wag hihinto. Remember, Jay, I promised you. You should have seen me win. Yun ang word of the day ko. Lahat ng mga bagay nagbabago pagkatagalan.
Pag puno na dyan, sa kabila naman kayo Dito sa kaliwa, maluwag pa Puno na sa kanan Sobrang dami. Sobrang dami dyan. ang tagal kasi nung biyahe natin, coach Kailan ba uusad to? Ayun na, dumadami na sa kaliwa. Yung kaliwa, puro kamag-anak. Ang dami natin kamag-anak.
So apparently, James Banks is just calling on the other members to take up the vacant seats on their side.
Yeah. I mean, I get him. At the beginning, it looked like there were a lot of members of the Super Fam, but now there's a lot of Bs in the Hive have shown up. So, Onic Philippines rebuild the family, redefine what it means to play as Onic Philippines in this current metagame. The world has adjusted to you. That is undeniable. So change things up and rediscover yourselves in this game. Tough ask for them. Tough ask also for AP.Bren to usurp the family, because I feel like even in their worst days, Onic Philippines are still one of the best teams in the world, while AP.Bren still have a lot to prove. So both of you need to shrug off the curse. Easier said than done, because in the professional scene, that takes so many steps. It begins with the draft. Changing priorities, changing out which heroes go where in the very specific draft order. Who are you willing to give and get in the draft? Then, how do you execute it? How do your EXP laners find the right timing to enter? See, I could keep going, but my time is done because the graphics gone.
Yeah, and at least we ended on a very significant talking point, which is again the highlight on the EXP laners, because we did mention earlier, Renmar did mention how Gem was indeed proving to be the X factor for AP.Bren in their recent...
Daredevil.
Yeah, the Daredevil.
Are we settling with Daredevil? I think it's a good moniker. It suits him well. And again, yeah, I do agree with Brigida, because again, if you're gonna recall the games of AP.Bren wherein they were about to turn the tides for them, a potential comeback, it was started off by Dare's Badang, paired up with the Vexana of Choveskirt.
Yep. Sir, so now they even take out that Badang we previously mentioned. First.
Yeah, they're taking out the Phobius. Yeah, it just goes to show that Onic Philippines are respecting the hell out of Dare here, and they take away the roam from Kekenot. So the EXP lane trade might boil down to 4 heroes. Edith, CC, Lucas, and there's one more. Hilda, there we go, thank you.
Hilda might probably be... One of them.
Where there is
Okay.
light,
There it is.
there are
Okay, so they take
also
out the
shadows.
Louis.
So this time, I actually like that both teams are respecting the
The
prefer
Immortal
the
One
signature
chose
heroes
me to
because
vanquish the shadows.
I would say
plague
that the
this
one
world.
factor why they lost yesterday, both of them, was because for AP.Bren, they refused to ban the Alice, and for Onic Philippines, they actually refused to ban the Louis of Sanji. So this time, I think respecting the capabilities of your opponents might be the key in securing a victory.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the other signature picks are out there too, which could potentially be picked up. I think Shizu could still potentially pick up the Reaper or Harris.
Payback.
There you go. Speaking of signature picks, look at Chopskirt immediately picking up the Varsa.
Yeah, taking away 2 mid laners, you instantly lock in one. That means Onic will have to choose with picking the Eve or the Vexana for Super Prince here. But they forego that. They wait for their Super Prince pick later. They pick up the Jawhead, so they get a very good, quick scaling, very aggressive combination of heroes in the first phase. They're going to be looking for mid lane and EXP lane matchup priority, which is the right play. If I'm AP.Bren, go ahead and pick your roamer up now too. Or your gold later if you want to make... Oh, excuse me, that's already a Granger. Roamer or jungler, specifically, as the Joy is still open for AP.Bren.
Yeah, the Joy still could be potentially picked up, especially as they did decide to go for the Granger instead of the Harith. We all know that we don't usually pair up the Joy and the Harith whenever we look for those jungle gold combos, just to kind of spread out the damage distribution. So there they will secure the Joy immediately, but this is where what you previously mentioned also. Oh, shoutouts to Coach Ev and his fiancée. Or are they? Were they already?
They're married.
They're married.
Where
yeah.
are they married for quite some time?
So, his wife. Correction.
No, I mean the championship rings.
I doubt he goes around just wearing those.
Oh, he's wearing his marriage ring, I guess.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, that is the best ring that he has.
Yes.
Right beside him, yeah. I agree.
All right, so, okay. AP.Bren can now focus more a bit, but would they still want to ban out XP lane heroes though? We're kind of losing out on those possible trades.
Yeah, I think they will show their EXP laner now 4th. If ever they could go for a flex pick, they can show like something like a high loss. Because it's good. The high loss supplements very well. It's a good anti-invade and it's also pro-invade if ever the Jawhead paired up with whoever is going to get paired up with doesn't actually succeed. Considering that there's a Joy, Valentina might be off the board. I think, Vexana. I think AP.Bren would actually want to commit the ban on the Eve instead.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then force the Vexana to go on it.
Eve is still actually open
Or the other way around.
for Onic, but... Oh,
Wipe out all the injustice in the world.
Take out the Cho, which is a common matchup too, the Jawhead and the Cho, but what else is... Will they really take out the Eve? Or at least one, since I think 3 of the XP laners we previously mentioned are still there anyway.
It's either the Eve or the Vexana that they're going to take out, I guess. There's still a big trade around the EXP lane. Again, we mentioned the Lucas, the Hilda, and the CC.
Yeah.
I think AP.Bren would want one very solid, stable option. Actually, I'm okay with them rushing the Hilda 4th pick.
Hope will find
So they
a
ban
way.
out the Vexana, there you
even when
go.
all is
Eve is
forlorn.
available for Onic Philippines, but if they do get to secure that XP laner, which would be just really disruptive, Eve wouldn't have such a great time either.
Yep, exactly. That's why the ball's on the court of AP.Bren. So, because if this isn't an Eve, we've seen Aurora fall out considerably. So, oh, that flew under my radar. That's actually a very good ban by Onic. And I think this actually goes to show that we might see an Eve pick up there for Super Friends.
That might just increase the chances. So there, knowing this huge task he has to fulfill, will they be revealing his hero now? Will they indeed decide to go for either the Hilda or the Lucas CC? Since, like, in terms of their current lineup, Yeah, it does feel like the Hilda could supplement so much of what's lacking so far from AP.Bren's lineup.
Let's make sure that James Banks isn't alone with the
Let's hear
dive.
from the crowd.
Oh.
Make some noise
man.
for yours truly.
Go ahead and go for the CC route.
Again, so even if Onic decides to go for a Hilda,
I am the priestess of primal lightness, the hunter of all the evil gods.
Okay.
All right, they went for the Selena, which at this point I'm no longer that big a fan of, but they paired it up with the Edith, and they already have the Harith also, but it's very single target lockdown focused for the lineup of Onic. They decided to go with this. You know what? Why not? This is good for longer engagements, longer team fights, and they needed something that something paired up with the Harith in that regard. Now the Roamer pickup though can just be very solid. It can be like a high loss, and you wouldn't mind because the Revitalize would come in big time for them.
Yep. I'm just thinking about the accuracy of or the timings of these crowd control skills that are in Onic Philippines lineup. Since look at the high mobility heroes currently in AP.Bren, especially talking about James Panks. I think even yesterday between Onic and Team Liquid, there were times where a Joy was just able to escape away from Onic Philippines with this very similar lineup too. So I hope they get to be more coordinated at least whenever they do decide to go for those kinds of attempts. But AP.Bren wraps up their lineup with the Gatot.
I get the Selena because it ensures that Shovskirt's not going to have an easy time trying to go for vision or pop the feathered airstrike. But at the same time, it's all going to boil down to if the Abyssal Arrow is going to hit. Because we've seen a lot of Selenas not doing a good job because if the arrows don't hit, what are you doing? Like, what are you contributing to the team?
And as much as as much as the Farsa is stationary, just look at the heroes in AP.Bren's lineup ready to block off all those Abyssal Arrows. Just even with the Gatot, we'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, I have to acknowledge though a lot of crowd control on the side of Onic, significantly more compared to AP.Bren, and that's where the kicker might be. The fact that Onic can control AP.Bren more and for longer periods of time.
Okay, but before we dive into game number 1, let us first ensure that everything is settled for our players. And again, going back to the idea, yeah, I mean the presence of an Edith would really somehow ensure that they could fight longer up against AP.Bren. Just wondering if the execution of the early game 2 for AP.Bren would be as good since they have a lot of early burst damage that could potentially come out from their lineup.
Apart from the prolonged team fights that will for surely go in favor of Onic, alongside the Abyssal Arrow, the Earth Shatter Flicker combination or Onward has to connect as well because we've been seeing some missed timed or missed connection plays coming in from Kirk when he's rocking the Edith. So a lot of pressure will also boil down to Onic's XP laner.
Yeah, it can go as little as whether or not he should use the first skill or the second skill, I think. Like, those are the smallest decisions even that could make a huge difference despite the chaotic fights that could happen later on. But yeah, it's a new day for Onic Philippines, and just look at all the Sonics out there ready to support them too. They definitely want to see their favorites finally securing the win.
Yeah, and they definitely don't agree with James Banks' comments a while ago. I mean, they're going to go biased with King Kong, but I 100% agree with the Sonic fans that their jacket is amazing. Again, you can pre-order. You can just go to MPL Philippines, go to their booth, and pre-order that amazing jacket because I do believe it's limited stocks only.
It's a racing jacket promoted by Dilar as well. If you saw his photos, he's been modeling it.
But they are not selling the specific jacket that Dilar wore and sweated in. That is specifically Dilar's. Yeah, that would be so expensive. We're going to be paying for Dilar's sweat.
You guys can't get your hands on that, but you can get your very own jacket either way. So let's head back into this game. Again, watching out for... Ooh, look at this. 3 members of Onic Philippines. Unfortunately, Chopskirt was safe. Oh!
Early aggressive start for King Kong goes in.
Oh my God! Yep, Super Prince is pissed off. He's not happy about the losing streak. Want to play?
That's literally
Arrow?
another play coming in from Onic. Now they're going for Keket. Even with the revitalize, the double kill coming in from Super Prince. And that's a grown man's play with the TPs. He's... I hope there's an English word for giggle, because this is what giggle is for Super Prince.
Super Prince is on fire today. You would have thought that Chopskirt was very safe in that position, but apparently he wasn't.
Looks like I'm seeing the big brother bully the little brother. That was classic Onic, how they juggled that sequence of crowd control and burst in the center of the map, and now this puts Onic in a relatively comfortable spot to control the rotations.
Yeah, this is an early 2-0 for a Selena who we usually tend to consider as a hit or miss, but this is one of the instances where clearly they've capitalized on the early game potential of a Selena that almost hit again.
Yeah, you know what? James Pang said, King Kong, I am more handsomer than you. And Super Prince took it personally.
He got offended. Now they're trying to engage on the Chopskirt. You're bringing down once again. Here comes Super Prince dashing in onto Kekidon. Might be able to out-sustain it, but Kirk, one more hit. Right on the mark. It's not going to connect. A sidestep from Kekidon. And he's going to evade that.
If only Super Hands had the flicker again. I'm pretty sure he would have flickered in and gotten the kill. Look at this aggressive control in the mid lane of a Selena and the Jawhead.
You know, I recall when one of the first times Selena was brought back into the meta, I believe it was in Snapdragon Pro Series, it was actually Super Prince's decision to go with the Selena. It wasn't the coach's decision. Super Prince actually just asked if he could perform, if he could play it, and he outperformed everyone with the Selena.
Yeah, and if his performance on this Selena is terrifying enough, now that he hasn't had his hands on all that cooldown reduction just yet, so imagine what could happen and how AP.Bren could be potentially split up once he gets to build all those items. He's currently 2-0-1 on the Selena. Imagine that. He's ahead even of Chopskirt.
This is a heat check win for Onic Philippines if ever they do end up winning this series. Again, there's a lot of people already doubting them. They've struggled. And I think they're going to this mentality of they really cannot absolutely lose to AP.Bren. They have to dominate and crush AP.Bren in this series. And so far, they're doing it in the first 4 minutes of this game, showing their familiarity with their old boot camp mates, their old org mates that they grew and learned a lot from. They've even attributed their success in MPL Philippines Season 13 to what this roster that AP.Bren is fielding was able to do in helping them grow through scrims.
Yeah, and we're seeing that coordination and teamwork from Onic Philippines now. Even Kirk just keeps getting out of his lane, just watches James Panks and keeps grouping up together with even Brusco or Super Prince. But that's one thing to look at, I guess. They took out all the energy shields already in the bottom lane.
He traded the gold plating for the turtle. At the same time, we're seeing again, as you mentioned, Kirk being the secondary roamer as King Kong tries to invade over James Panks. And even the Abyssal Arrow gonna connect on to Keket. The revitalize is there, but a kill spree coming in from Super Prince. King Kong caught in the middle, and that's a trade AP.Bren is willing to take.
That was Chopskirt able to stun King Kong just in time to set up the electrifying beats for James Panks. They punish the invade, and now Onic Philippines will have to simmer down just a little bit as AP.Bren have stopped for their major rotational sequence. And Onic will play to just allow King Kong to regain farm. Super Prince hits the Abyssal Arrow on Chopskirt.
Oh, okay. He won't.
That was a warning shot.
Yeah.
He won't go in. Oh, Kellera!
Keller's Diamond Force up against 2. He's focusing on the tower, but Shizu was there to add the same damage. And now you have to look at Super Prince once again, because it's going to connect onto Kekidon. There's no revitalize, and there's a follow-up coming in from Brusco. The Bruiser picks up, and Super Prince gets the kill.
I don't think Brusco had to use his flicker yet. It's always Super Prince getting the stun, using the Abyssal Arrows, and him just walking towards the targets and using the ejectors, tossing them towards Super Prince.
This feels like a redemption game for Super Prince on the Selena pickup. Has struggled earlier in the week, or yesterday rather. And he's coming back with a vengeance here. Great line that Brusco and Super Prince set up, and I think that's the line that they've been playing around. So Brusco get vision and Super Fringe just always be lined up perfectly so that the Abyssal Arrow will land. It'll be Brusco tosses first and then Super Fringe with the Abyssal Arrow. Conceal down bot.
Okay, Conceal. They're going to focus their target onto James Pax. There's the ejector. Almost. But Onic was able to finish the job and bring down James Pax.
Yeah, and despite all the attention we put onto Super Prince and the connections alongside King Kong and Brusco, Kellra silently is leading the gold leaderboard. So he's just farming up so well. I can imagine how big of a threat he can be in the team fights that will happen later. Look at him just taking down turrets one by one.
Okay, even up against 3. Will Kellra be able to outplay? He even goes in with his Zaman.
No way!
Oh, there, but Kellra doesn't need him. He's going 1-on-3. Brusco with the throw. Kakarot in trouble. And a double kill for the god in a gold lane.
Kellra with no regard for human life under their tower. A double kill for Kellra.
He wasn't afraid to do that! James Banks trying to look for the trade, but still, there's a flicker for Super Prince to survive. And with that, a total of 3 turrets are about to get taken down by Onic Philippines.
Once again, we're seeing the Sonics in their nature. King Kong back to his usual rotations of taking away jungle creeps up against James Banks. That's a 2-level gap already for the junglers. And looking at the replay,
oh my
okay,
gosh.
Tell me another gold laner all around the world who's gonna commit the Zaman Force up against 3.
I cannot tell you one. It's just Kellra I can think of.
Okay, now Brusco soaking up damage. He does, however, use the flicker
curtain call?
to disengage. The curtain call is there for the Zaman Force as well. Chop Skirt used the feathered airstrike, and it looks like a clapback coming in from AP.Bren as they bring down Brusco. But Kakarot as well is in trouble. Kirk still going in. Here comes the Abyssal Arrow. It's not going to connect. And a shutdown onto Shizu and a double kill for the Beast Incarnate, King Kong.
That was close, even for Kellra, but he still was able to flicker away from a potential kill by James Pax, and James Pax just had to get away. He didn't pursue the fights any longer. That resulted in a 3-4-2 trade, clearly in favor of Onic Philippines.
As you look at the Infinix hand cam featuring Super Prince and his Selena.
Wow.
Really got to see there the big value brought about by the Primal Wrath that Kirk brought down. It looked like AP.Bren found the perfect opportunity to counter. Derek got a beautiful curtain call in, and it was also a great entry by Kakarot with the avatar of Guardian. However, Kirk had a full stack Primal Wrath ready, and the slow front-to-back re-engage that AP.Bren wanted to do didn't go their way.
Abyssal Arrow gonna connect onto Kakarot once again, but Revitalizes there was to out to say the damage. Brusco is the first man down. Kellra uses Zaman Force to zone out AP.Bren. Another Abyssal Arrow gonna connect onto Kakarot, but they're gonna focus instead on the Lord, and they will do so successfully. Kakarot jumps in, catches Kellra, and a shutdown for the Silent Kid.
AP.Bren must be really happy with that. I mean, Kellra was on the way to being unstoppable, getting 5 kills in the game, but they just shut him down early on. But even with that, looking at the current gold and the items, Kellra's on his way to the Holy Crystal. So with this Lord in their hands, they're just about to gain much more map control against AP.Bren.
Yeah, let's see if AP.Bren can hold to the center of the map as that will be the focus of Onic, as minion waves are crashing in through the top and the bottom. And AP.Bren have decided to forgo defending the tower in the mid, and they will back off and focus on the Lord instead. Still, Super Prince checking so many things. Brusco with the conceal. Kirk here as well, but they will not commit it.
Okay, Kirk uses the Earth Shatter. They do have flickers for the side of Brusco. Now the Abyssal Arrow again is going to connect onto there. Meanwhile, Kellra and King Kong, the KK connection, just making quick work of the turrets of AP.Bren as AP.Bren clears out the Lord.
Now just left with their base turrets, AP.Bren, they also lose 2 of their holy shields. Now make it 3 because of just how efficient Onic Philippines were able to maximize that single Lord.
You know, we're going to go back to what Naisu said last week when Yaoi used up the Selena. It's a mini-game within a mini-game, but yikes. King Kong, yikes, ouch.
Was that just the Abyssal Arrow and the Evil Queller?
Yep, 2 of them. It's a whole world of pain, and there's a beefy Selena.
Okay, early cast of the Primal Wrath. Clear out the minions onto the middle lane. They're going to focus on the top lane as Kellra trying to zone out the members of AP.Bren. Now again, AP.Bren, they have a lot in store for them. I mean, the abyssal arrows that Super Prince continuously dishes out, not to mention King Kong's Queller. They're gonna have a hard time gonna defend this.
Okay, there's the feathered airstrike. Oh, they want to engage!
Oh, 3-man AOG to detonate onto them, but Kelra answers right back, a clap back once again for the guard to the gold lane to bring down Kekidon. The tankiest hero of AP.Bren is now gone, and the abyssal arrow gonna connect onto Shizu! Flicking him down, but Super Prince with the bang delivers the final blow. Brusco with the throw onto there. He has his bench and Shane back goes in with the electrifying beats. Kirk luckily has his ultimate, and now Onic has minions onto the middle lane.
Oh, he still connected the abyssal arrow. Wait!
Okay, Chop Skirt uses the ultimate to zone out the members of Onic.
Got it back.
And now Onic has to back away. They do, however, secure 2 inhibitor turrets.
And right before they actually left the base, they were able to force out the Purify from Chop Skirt. So they got so much with just that single attempt of really trying to end the game. And look at this, the Lord has already spawned again.
Yeah, and Onic Philippines should be able to get this. However, AP.Bren do have the utilities to be able to contest this. It was Der and Kekidot who started things off. Another great curtain call set up, and Kekidot entered with the AOG. However, it is Super Prince again on the Selena. The Abyssal Arrow was a deterrent to the follow-up for AP.Bren, hence why they couldn't fully commit after that Avatar of Guardian hit. They thought twice about it, and they respected the counterplay that Onic Philippines had, which now led to this. 2 towers down the side of AP.Bren, and Onic Philippines being able to get this Lord with no contention from AP.Bren. This is Lord number 2.
This is looking like a different version of Onic Philippines. Oh wait, there's an unstoppable
They
force!
commit everything to Kekidon. Even with a Revitalize, he's not going to out-sustain the damage from Onic. With the Lord on the Sonic side, AP.Bren, it's going to take a miracle for them to defend this.
I can already imagine Onic Philippines just focusing all their resources onto taking down the base once they gain access. Let's see if that will be indeed the case.
Hunting season is on. Brusco with a conceal. They're looking for a proper target. Kirk with a Primal Wrath. Lord marching in, and Onic finally wins game number 1 against AP.Bren.
And so it happened. I was supposed to say this felt like a really aggressive and fast-paced game from Onic Philippines, but it wasn't one that entirely revolved around getting the kills. It was them getting access to necessary objectives and just making sure that they instantly get everything in as fast as they can.
You know, I know it's a well-rounded effort, but for me, it revolved around Super Prince.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that was Monster Mage. That was Monster Mage-ish, Oos.
I mean, even before 2 minutes in, 2 kills already into the middle lane. Super Prince alone was amazing.
They needed a start like that.
Yeah.
And they needed a win like that. Onic Philippines just couldn't have gone into this and, you know, all right, textbook, I'll see you in the first turtle, sure, why not? They needed a statement start like that. That aggressive rotation that Brusco and Super Prince did in the middle. Then it became Brusco, Super Prince, and King Kong together to get the next kill to start off a 2-0 for Super Prince. Damn. Early game rotation was perfect.
As opposed to what Coach Why Not has observed from his team, that did not feel like Onic Philippines playing not to lose.
Yeah.
That was clearly Onic Philippines making sure that they'll win. And so, if I'm correct, the MVP,
Hey!
please give it to him. He deserves it. Oh my goodness.
Monster Mage, baby!
How come whenever it's mages who get MVPs, I always hear one girl screaming at the top of her lungs every single time. For Aurora, it's you. For Onic, it's Super.
I don't know about you, man. I always have voices screaming in my head.
Are you Randy Orton?
So all the time. Super Prince, I felt like he was playing like Randy Orton in this one. He was hearing voices in his head. It's like, they're telling you you're washed. They're telling you you suck. That your Selena is nothing. And Super Prince came out of the gate with an MVP game like that. Yo, if anyone else doubted the Monster Mage moniker that I gave him, just look at this and shut up.
Oh, look at this, look at this.
That was wild.
Just watch the replay.
Just watch the replay. Super Prince.
And again, it's not even just the first few minutes, even down to the last play of the game. Who could forget the Abyssal Arrow that connected to Shizu? Even with the flicker, he couldn't escape the damage from Super Prince.
That was nasty. Again, we mentioned it. That felt like little brother, big brother bullying little brother.
Yeah, not to mention those early spammed recalls by Super Friends. It seemed like he knew it from the very beginning, and this is a highlight of Kelra too.
Yeah, I almost lost my job here. I almost shouted an expletive. I kind of wish I did, because that would have been the perfect time.
I would pay for your penalty if you did, because that was an amazing play, Renmo.
We know you would not. You spend too much on protein.
Oh,
I know you're very conscious about your health, and I don't want you to sacrifice that for me.
Hair.
No, about your
That's
health.
why they're friends. King Kong and Ingan are
Yeah, don't
friends.
sacrifice that for me. It's okay, I'll take it.
Okay, here comes Brusco. Why am I playing by
Yeah, why were you playing by Why were you playing by playing the highlight?
Because again, I mean, I have to commend also Brusco. He was literally, he was the assurance that Selena still had use, even if the Abyssal Arrows weren't connecting, because of those conceals, those flickers, those ejectors, and unstoppable forces.
Yeah, no, maybe part of us still can't believe that it's already over because it just felt so fast. So he was probably thinking, oh, we're still in the game. But in all honesty, it was a 13-minute game.
So guys, there are two curses that might be broken today. One is not yet fully broken, but again, if Onic gets her group back, Championship Curse might be broken. And the second one is, if this goes to a sweep, the Brigida Chantel Curse might also be broken.
Here's the thing, though. In the first series, Brigida said, "No, this is gonna go 2-0." I immediately went, "No, this is gonna be 2-1," and it became 2-1.
But now
we're both in agreement that we're thinking this is gonna go to a 2-0. So
it's different now. We can't doubt the analyst.
Yeah, we can't doubt.
It's still the same. But if that were to be the case, then the championship curse will continue for AP.Bren. Somehow it still does.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's why we have 8 weeks.
It is already the 3rd week, though. And again, folks, if you missed the game and we're reacting this way because we pretty much had everything during the game and right at the moments. And TLDR, Super Friends happened. Abyssal Arrows hit. AP.Bren got blown up.
Yeah, in other
Kelra
words.
got like a 3v1 under the first turret in the bottom lane with a double kill. If that doesn't tell the full story, I don't know what does.
Yep. In other words, you can also watch the replay.
Yeah, watch the
It was
replay,
just
guys.
13 minutes anyway of like just Onic Philippines being so focused on the objectives. I swear I called it. I knew that when they were just able to gain access towards the base, they wouldn't mind AP.Bren at all. They were just like so set on getting the base taken down, and King Kong seems to be back.
Finally, the PPI rich guy once again. King Kong with a GPM of 953. The real Sigma is Sigma-ing.
Yeah. With BPI red on his head, he said, "I want a rich guy honor too." He gets it.
He's the colors of BPI.
Yeah, he's the colors of BPI. He's the most aesthetically appropriate BPI rich guy.
I'm taking a picture.
Being red and yellow.
I can't believe it. It's been so long since we've seen King Kong actually get back in the post-game statistics wherein there were the rich guy, the carries and all that, and apparently he suits the BPI rich guy so well.
Honestly, when the first time I saw King Kong with red hair, I thought, and then after a few weeks, oh, it's actually nice. And then in the background of BPI, it's way better. But again, apart from the usual people that we commend, I also want to go back to Kirk. Because we've said that Kirk's been, kind of playing off. But this time he showcased how he's still the Kirkitech. He was in full control, even up against the C Senior and Edith. He was always out of his XP lane because he was being the secondary roamer for Onic Philippines.
Yeah, I like how he sacrificed a lot, I'd say. I think the early energy shields which went into Dare's hands gave him the early war axe and the early damage output too. I think we saw it once when they were able to punish King Kong. But fortunately after that, it didn't happen again for Onic Philippines, and they were just so dominating in that entire game. So I think just the same, it was indeed a fast game, but we still need somewhat of a breather. So for now, let's head on over to our hosts and check what they have for us in this All Access segment.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Buhay na buhay ba ang mga Sonics? Let me hear you scream! You'll love to see it as Onic gets a victory in that game 1. At syempre, kasama natin walang iba kundi si Coach Ieb. Pero sorry, Coach, para magkalinawan lang. Okay, ang dami kasing nagtatanong sa akin eh, ano ba ang dapat natawag sa'yo? Coach Yeb? Boss Yeb? Raha Yeba? O Haring Yeba? Kasi parang ang dami na eh. Ang dami nang nangyayari. Ano ba dapat tawag sa'yo?
Coach Yeb lang.
Coach Yeb. Okay, mabuti ng malinaw. Mabuti ng malinaw. Coach Yeb, kamusta? Welcome back to the MPL Arena. Parang ang tagal ka namin hindi nakita dito, no?
Last season, ano ba? Season 10, yung huling dalaw ko ata.
Season 10, and now you're finally back here. It's been a while. But welcome back. I assume na you're here especially for Onic Philippines. We've seen them struggle in like the first 2 weeks. Kamusta naman ang rhythm ngayon at ang condition ng boys?
Sa totoo lang, syempre, kita naman na namumblema yung both teams, Philippines and Indo. Pero ang maganda lang doon, alam namin kung ano yung problema. And willing silang lahat para baguhin yun.
And those changes, right? Those improvements are some of the things na minsan hindi mo talaga matuturo sa mga players. What do you usually tell them, especially before the start of this matchup na lalo na ngayon, they're already leading? Ano ba yung sinabi mo sa kanila bago magsimula to?
Sabi ko lang sa kanila, enjoy nyo lang. Tsaka huwag niyong kalimutan kung bakit nandito kayo at the very first. Pangarap nyo to eh. So, huwag niyong bitawan ng ganun kabilis.
And you know, they're going up against a pretty familiar foe, right? I'm sure that you know all of them as well. Ano bang thoughts mo naman dito sa AP.Bren roster na to? Because they're very young and they're very new as well, right?
Sobrang proud ako na nasa MPL na sila. Sobrang saya na nakikita ko sila dito.
They're very happy to see you. Kanika na lamang. Kung may mensahe ka para sa parehas na teams, what do you want to say to both of them?
Good luck lang sa parehong teams and enjoy. Bigyan nyo kami ng magandang laban.
Oh, and we are gonna be expecting for that one very, very soon. And with that being said, mukhang yun na ang the last word. Anything you want to say to all of the people who are supporting MPL Philippines, Coach?
Salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta, lalo na sa Sonic. Ayan sila, oh.
Dami nila, Coach.
Yung misis ko dyan, sasakang namin si Anika.
There we finally have it, Coach Yeb. Maraming salamat for giving us your time and for being here as well. We're gonna be tossing it right back to our casters. So casters, kamusta kayo dyan?
We were just saying, Coach Yeb looks so fresh, stress-free.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it's nice to see him.
Plain and simple.
I mean, we can't deny the fact that, yeah, aside from all the championship rings that you see him wearing, so it's nice to see him back here. It's been a while, he said, since Season 10. But also, don't forget, we just mentioned it, talking about King Kong earlier, bringing you a better tomorrow. BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. There's digital deposit accounts, insurance investments, loans, and many more.
Yeah, so you can start saving for an epic future. Open up a #SaveUp account today via the BPI app.
All you need is one ID, 5 minutes of your time, and then you already have an account. Open an epic future with BPI. That's the Bank of the Philippine Islands.
Yeah, you can visit them here. They have a booth or your nearest BPI branch to get started. And this is one for all those Edith users out there like Kirk. There's a new skin, the Prismatic Sentinel. It's now available in-game with 30% off. You can also get it from a chest, so join Edith and experience MLBB Esports charm now. It's not just Edith, honestly. There are so much skins available in store. Have you gotten your hands on either of the new releases, the Selena?
I got the Selena one, but
really?
I had 10k diamonds now.
Oh, you heard that?
One. I have one left.
Oh, oh no.
No more.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. At least you didn't spend 6 million diamonds to get the KOF skin like Naisu, because that's what they always say. But side selection update as we head on back into the match. It's AP.Bren now on the blue side. Okay, so I don't know, earlier it just felt like they really wanted to go for their comfort picks.
Yeah, honestly, there's not much to say in terms of the draft that AP.Bren did. It was a very solid draft. They were just straight up crushed. I'm sorry, no sugarcoating. They were decimated in that game.
Yeah, literally blindsided. I mean, if you're AP.Bren, you wouldn't expect a Selena to be showing up again, especially it's
in the
track
last
record, right?
Exactly. If you don't want to get blindsided, don't pick a hero that in the canon is blind.
Wow. So don't pick Farsa.
No, but I'm kidding. The Farsa wasn't the problem. There was no problem with the Farsa, no problem with their drafts. They were just straight up outplayed by the Monster Mage and the rest of Onic.
I think one major change could be the blue yo for AP.Bren. Max has been using it, and
there are
when it
also
comes
shadows.
to his Suyo, it's better than expected. So I think they have a fighting chance if ever they secure that Suyo for James Max.
Yeah, and probably just some sort of
Always on the way.
a glimpse of why most mages do tend to come in later in the draft nowadays, because of what AP.Bren did experience in earlier's game number 1. But so far, AP.Bren surprisingly banned out the Badang themselves. It's surprising to see this. It's because earlier it was Onic Philippines really doubling down on the XP lane their heroes. So let's see how this goes. I mean, earlier still there got the CC, and I think this is also one of the picks he's really comfortable playing either.
Sir,
But
what's your command?
oh, funny.
Oh.
Why does this look like a red side? Oh, nah.
It's gonna be a red side Harith? Or it's not gonna be a Granger. But there's a Suyo Joy.
It's for sure Suyo.
Magic is my
Oh.
Because if they take out Harith,
Granger
for Shizu?
Huh. Are they really gonna take it up first?
No, the stuff, they have to pick Joy first.
There's
If they want the Granger, they pick up Joy.
But Onic will get the Suyo,
Suyo Granger.
No, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so you block the Granger pickup potentially with a Joy. So it's going to be up to Onic if they're going to pick the Granger, even if there's a Joy on the other side. If they don't pick it, then they pick it. But they said, you know what, we want the Suyo instead. They hate me. That was personal.
They heard you, they hate you. Now they're gonna show you that you're wrong, Renor.
Yeah, it's okay.
So it's a Joy Granger Phovius, maybe?
The experience.
You saw it on the device, didn't you? Were you looking at the phone because they showed it? Nah, go ahead. Okay.
Oh.
Still the Jawhead.
Well, at least there's no Suyo. Oh, there's no Suyo Jawhead for
Yeah.
AP.Bren. But okay.
I don't think AP.Bren will Phobius.
Oh.
I think they'll pick Flex, Roam EXP, and then their mid. Oh, no, they have to pick their gold laner as well.
Eerie, Kari,
Eerie Moskov.
Yeah. I would like an Irithel, please.
Irithel and the flex pick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the flex pick.
Yep.
Okay.
Very flexible, although it, I think history shows that's more of a
Kekadot hero.
Moscow! They hate me.
I agreed with you, so
I hate you guys. No, I just didn't say it, but I also would have preferred the Irithel.
There's a trend. They hate people like us. What do we have in common, Redmar?
Devilishly handsome.
That's why they hate King Kong.
Yeah.
Well, they still get their hands on the Joy too, so now it feels like a more usual drafting pattern for both sides. We're yet to reveal the mid laners, and we're seeing at least a roam or a flex pick in the first phase.
Yeah, and I think they locked in the Moskov because they were thinking about the Joy. If you know there's a Joy coming up on the opponent's side, then you pick up the Moskov as like the absolute safest gold laner pickup. It's like one of the go-tos, but not all teams go for that. There are teams who are willing to pick an Irithel up against a Joy. So this time around, AP.Bren said, no, we want to play it safe. We want Shizo on the Moskov.
At least they have one less thing to think about. With the Selena ban, they get to take away a lot more possibilities for Onic. But I'm not sure if I'd be considering the Selena for Onic Philippines again, since they banned out the Valentina too. So there could be a possibility that Onic Philippines are looking to secure a mid laner that has a reliable ultimate, maybe.
It could be an Eve or a Faramis. I think I'd be okay with a Faramis on the side of Onic. With the Joy Head Granger. It's very aggressive, very in your face. I think one tell of that is if Onic decide to ban a glue here, most likely that could be a Faramis popping up on their side.
And that happened earlier too, right? But they banned out the Vixana instead.
You know what's signature aggressive Super Friends hero despite AP.Bren having the Cho?
What's that?
The Farsa.
Ah, the Farsa who spams the recalls mid-air
Yeah.
while using the wings by wings.
Mid-berry.
Very.
Yeah, the name of the bird. V-E-R-R-I.
In case you didn't know.
In case you didn't know.
Berry's the name of the bird. But if Farsa didn't have that much of a great time earlier, now there seems to be a number of threats too from AP.Bren's side. There's a Cho at least. But if they really want to play it aggressively, I'd say, yeah, the burst damage from the Farsa is very reliable. Just in case.
Let's hear from the crowd.
Oh.
Make some noise for yours truly.
Take out the CC.
I think AP.Bren are just banking that they're gonna get the Lucas.
Lucas, Edith,
Kirk?
Hilda.
I think Onic need to go Edith again.
Yeah.
They don't have a long team fight. That's a very short team fight around the Joy and a Granger.
Unless they go Fire Mist, but
Then they can extend, yeah.
that'll depend on them on whether or not they want to show us the Super Friends or the Kirk hero here. But it'd be nice if they get one of them. So.
Or maybe they get the glue. Maybe that's why they banned the Vixana.
Oh, but the Fire Mist is open for AP.Bren.
Yeah, that's true. Think of poison. What's it gonna be, Onic?
Yeah.
Let's fight to our heart.
Oh.
Okay, there you go, Lucas.
So this is somewhat of a tankier EXP lane too.
Glue, glue, glue.
Glue, God.
I am not the only one bound by
Obvious. They abhor me at this point. It's not even hate. It's like, what picks? I listen to you.
Payback.
There's the Farsa.
They still go for the Farsa, okay. So, is it gonna be the Fire Mist?
Eve, Farah.
It's either those two.
Could go Cecilian. Need one.
I'll be iffy on the Cecil.
Oh.
Compared to Super Friends Abyssal Arrows, he did not hit the mark.
Yep.
They just hate
I mean, this was the part of your keys to victory a while ago. You said you need to blindside them.
That's true.
We all
That's
got
true.
blindsided.
So they listened to my keys to victory. That's why the draft went that way, and I absolutely only got the Joy pick right.
So that's called self-gaslight.
Yeah.
No. I agree.
No, that's just called self-belief at that.
Okay, fine.
I'm liking it though, the unpredictability that they're showing us here.
And one, I like how you've been laughing at me a lot this season. It's like the common theme this season, just laugh at me. By the way, the lineup rating all favoring Onic Philippines. Their crowd control, a lot of it, push potential as well. They both have good synergies.
Wow.
But the potential for early to late game goes in favor of Onic Philippines.
Yellow is the theme of the day. All flickers.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
BBI. No, but seriously, they're all on flickers. So you could already imagine the outcome of the team fights that'll happen later on. But early leashing, I think, is the focus and priority for Onic right now. That's Brusco, making sure that King Kong gets to fire fast. Oh, that's really fast.
You know, luckily for AP.Bren, Super Friends doesn't have a much aggressive mid laner compared to the Selena, so they can, however, try to go for the control over the mid river. But if King Kong continues this aggression alongside Brusco, they're just gonna get pushed back.
Looking at the emblems real quick. Is there something we need to take note of here in Mar?
Nothing too crazy.
Might go for an early first blood onto Brusco, but he was able to flicker out. Here comes Keketot also. Still, look at the aggression of Onic, just really forcing AP.Bren back to their backs.
Yeah. And I'm liking the constant 3-man early rotations too.
That's adorable. That sticker was so cute. He said, bye.
At least he survived.
Yeah. You know what? This Aurora pick was actually very good. The Onic Philippines without an Aurora are lacking crowd control. They needed that big source of crowd control, and I think to them, the Faramis would not have been enough.
Oh, Keketot doesn't have the... Oh, he still has the flicker. but he's being brought down very low constantly by Onic Philippines whenever he spots.
Good hail blast forcing out the delay onto Kekedot's recall. And now that's bad news because again Turtle has spawned and they're out of position for this first Turtle.
Yeah.
Onic will just get this without a problem. Good invade by Brusco.
Okay. Gonna zone out James Banks once again. Gonna keep them at bay. Make sure that no trade will be made for AP.Bren as King Kong gets the Turtle.
Yep, no retribution needed. And we're just going to be waiting for the next aggressive sequence, which will look like it's initiated right now by Brusco and Super Friends. Brusco trying to look at the purple buff to see if he'll catch out James Banks. He decides to let it go as Kekedot and Choveskirt show themselves in the center of the map. Brusco with a toss!
Another throw paired up by the ultimate, but Kekedot was sneaky enough to walk away. Here comes a blast! And Kekedot got erased.
And that's the Onic we know, the out of nowhere backup rotation by Kirk. Great shockwave blast. Seems like Onic have found their timing again.
Yeah, that was a full commit too, but wait.
Shockwave.
Almost one more Death Sonata, but here comes the counterattack from there. Gonna pick up King Kong, make it 2. Brusco is also down for the side of Onic, so AP.Bren was happy with that trade.
Yeah, they finally found some answers. Both junglers actually were traded right there. Kelra versus Kekedot though.
The Rhapsodies are connecting to Kekedot. One more Death Sonata can't do the job. And the Rhapsody was able to finish the job and bring down Kekedot.
Never bring your fists to a gunfight without your own gun. Kelra was just predicting the movement so well. Super Friends with a flicker and a freeze. Let it go, Super Friends, but he won't.
I was wrong. I thought I wouldn't expect any aggressive play from the Aurora of Super Friends. Super Friends says, think again. He has the flicker.
He is just so confident in not just this game, but the entire series so far. Super Friends has just been constantly on the lookout for kills and people who they can potentially take down from AP.Bren.
You mentioned earlier, you mentioned something earlier, Brigida, that Coach Why Not brought up something, an old quote, maybe that Onic, but Onic playing not to lose. This is clearly Onic playing to win. The aggressive, instinctual Onic that led to them to becoming M6 and SPS champions. Look at Kirk. There!
Look at there from the back line, forcing out Super Friends. King Kong to walk away. Here comes the kick coming in from Kekedot. And there's the feathered airstrike from Choveskirt. There is the first man down. Onic with the counter respawn. Shockwave blast coming in from Kirk. And they zone out AP.Bren for a clean turtle take.
Yeah, 2 members were zoning out AP.Bren, whereas there was alone. And now Onic Philippines can just peacefully take this turtle for themselves. So far, everything is going really well. Also, already establishing an almost 3K gold lead for Onic Philippines.
Felt like Dare said, hey guys, look what I can do. And AP.Bren couldn't because Kirk showed up at the right time. James Banks in the middle.
Oh, now, okay, a beautiful cast of the Frigid Glacier for Super Friends to stop the aggression of AP.Bren. And now Brusco providing enough vision for King Kong to make a move and just literally take away the jungle creeps off top. Brusco goes in, Kekedot as well with a kick. But he's up against 3 and the Kelra picks up another kill.
Yo, Brusco used the unstoppable force like a purify, knowing that he would be CC immune, so that the kick angle of Kekedot won't be right.
That was an interesting interaction. Not one you'd usually see, but we learned something new again today just because of Brusco. Mid lane!
Okay, Brusco keeping there and Choveskirt at bay. Here comes the feathered airstrike as Onic focuses their target on the mid lane turret. Now Terrera gonna feel the wrath of the god in the goal lane. Kelra once again picks up a kill.
It's not just Super Friends who's mad this game, it's Kelra too.
It's Brusco, everyone.
Everyone is actually
I'm
mad.
also mad. Not because Onic Philippines is winning, it's just, where was this Onic?
The beast woke up finally. Took them 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it just does take time. Maybe it just needs a familiar matchup to remind yourself why you dominated.
Yeah.
And AP.Bren is just unfortunate that they're on the receiving end of Onic at their absolute angriest.
Yeah.
Look at the gold lead of Kelra.
Massive. Almost double, actually.
Yeah.
Malefic Roar, Skypiercer, Hunter Strike already built up for the Granger. And only a Corrosion Scythe, still waiting for the second item of the Moskov.
And as soon as he picked up, the Sky Piercer already secured the 2 kills, so there's already 20 stacks for the Sky Piercer of Kelra. And now Onic is just literally taking away everything AP.Bren can take for them to equalize the economy, and Onic is doing a good job at preventing that.
Yeah.
Don't think they can contest this. They're really just going to leave Shizo to pushing down the bottom lane. And they're providing space for him. You see how the Cho in the far side of the map are positioned. That's them providing space for their Moskov in the bottom. Giving up that turtle. And I think they'll have to give up this second tower in the top lane as well. As Brusco and Super Prince providing good backup for him if ever needed. And Onic will reset to the center of the map.
That's the only thing they can do for now. Just to somehow minimize this massive lead in Onic Philippines' hands. And now AP.Bren, they can barely move out of the remaining areas where they can feel safe. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, and not to mention, all throughout the skirmishes, King Kong was just focused on his objective, the jungle creeps, continuously farming up. His KD is just 0-1-2. So the moment that King Kong makes his presence felt, it could spell trouble for AP.Bren.
Oh, Brusco. Is he gonna look for someone?
Yeah, he's zoning out. He's pushing them back.
Okay.
So he popped that. He knew it would be an obvious angle, but it forced AP.Bren back so that Onic Philippines will be able to get the tower in the mid. King Kong now has the Holy Crystal, and I think we might just be waiting for the inevitable victory here of Onic Philippines, as the lead has gone to the point where it would be difficult to come back. Very difficult to come back for AP.Bren, but they still can capitalize on Onic making a mistake.
Yep. I mean, there are no purifies to be found. So Kekedot with possibly one great setup, but speaking of Kekedot!
Okay, Kekedot was able to flicker up, but there comes the Unstoppable Force plus Ejector feeding off the kill to Kelra. King Kong goes in right after Choke Skirt. Unexpected play from the King of the Jungle, but 2 bodies will fall down for Bren.
They didn't even wait for the Lord to spawn anymore. And look at Onic just knocking at the base of AP.Bren.
You can expect Prince to cast that Flicker Frigid Glacier at any given moment once the minions spawn. Here comes Brusco. Goes out there! There's the Frigid Glacier, not going to connect to anyone, but Kirk is zoning out the members of AP.Bren. This Kinko has to walk away. The first man down might be Kirk. And there was still a glimpse of hope for AP.Bren.
Yeah, a big punish there by AP.Bren. Good lockdown onto Kirk. And even the Spirit of Destruction by Shizo forced Onic Philippines to focus on repositioning instead, making sure that they don't get hit. Onic still have the lead, yes, but now a glimmer of hope for AP.Bren as they have just a slightly bit more space to work with Kirk down, but he will come back.
Yep. So now Onic Philippines might not be able to immediately go for the Lord right when it spawned. And Shizo earlier actually felt like he was sort of ready to fight. If only Brusco wasn't able to do that mini sidestep, avoiding the Spear of Destruction, AP.Bren might have actually went for it, but now they're back and they're in full control of the Lord Pit.
Yeah. Still, James Paxaman will concede the Lord. Brusco goes in with the conceal. They might go for Kekedot. All the ultimates, almost all, have been casted for the side of Onic. And all the while, Shizu was just pushing up top, trying to get a turret.
Yeah, Kirk missed the flash combo knockback that was supposed to land for Kekedot. However, they were able to force AP.Bren to go back. Shizo, split push up top, able to break it. And with Chokeskirt now has the Blood Wings, just a little bit more survivability for a very key target for Onic Philippines. Lord marching in down mid, only the first one in the game. Should still be defendable for AP.Bren.
Not unless the Prince Brusco combinations connect onto AP.Bren. This could be an endable angle for Sonics.
They really need to be wary of their damage dealers and their wave clear. Now, oh, there goes Brusco!
Okay, luckily he missed. He just threw the cart away. Now he's surrounded by 4 members of the Beast. There goes in Chomskirt as well. With the ultimate to zone out the members of Onic. Kekedot is going to fall down, a 1-for-1. But still, Onic has the Lord. Now they set their eyes on the top lane turret, but AP.Bren will be able to defend.
They still have minion waves coming in here, but AP.Bren should have enough utility still to hold on. Both roamers gone.
All right. Kelra now just really wanting to take down this top inhibitor turret as well. Oh, there goes the Frigid Glacier, buying enough space and time.
And King Kong goes for the back with the electrifying beak against the man with a million moves. He will do so successfully, take him down. Here comes the SOD coming in from Shizu. The Silent Kid no more as he's making his presence felt and bring down the king of the jungle.
All right, one base turret still stands for AP.Bren, but they're slowly showing signs and are able to fight back. The Trinity build is already intact for Shizu, so they really might want to look for openings against Onic.
The next one should be endgame for Onic Philippines. But AP.Bren has 50 seconds to work with. 50 seconds to get a pick, to get advantage, so that the Lord won't be an easy take for Onic Philippines. King Kong, great read on the movement of James Banks, but the SOD coming in big time for Shizu to make sure that King Kong goes down.
Yeah, and also the pick-off from Kekedot used up the Way of the Dragon to make sure King Kong won't be able to escape that anymore.
It's a full-built Granger.
Ooh.
Conceding this next Lord should not be the decision for AP.Bren. For defending the next push should prove to be almost unstoppable for them.
Yeah, no one's able to look for Kelra just yet. They're protecting him so well, even whenever they're trying to go for the siege. So now what will be the plan for AP.Bren? You said it, they need to contest it. So which angles are they going to take?
The Keller route might be the way right now because Keller has no defensive items, no Wind of Natures or Winter Crowns. So a beautiful pickup from Kekedot can't do the job as he goes in for the conceal, but gets stopped off by Super Friends in a dodge from Kelra. Point blank shot right in the face, but Shizu answers back, bringing down the God in the gold lane. Kirk working on Shizu. He pops his Wind of Nature, and it looks like a green light for AP.Bren, but Kirk will fall down in the hands of Chomskirt. Look at the positioning of King Kong. This might be an angle for King Kong to wreak havoc against Chomskirt. Electrifying beam to bring down the mid lane. James Max is the next one on the block, but Shizu brings down the beast incarnate.
He was silent for a long time, but he finally comes up big time. Divine intervention, a knock-up from the Lord, and Shizu and Kekedot secure the Lord. A miracle for the Bees.
4 members of Onic Philippines just taken down like that. And what perfect timing have we seen from Chomskirt? That setup using the feathered airstrike even when they thought, or even when we thought that no one could have potentially provided follow-up to Kekedot. He had the feathered airstrike and the damage, the passive from Shizu, just reaching Kelra even though we thought he was in a very safe position.
Yeah, and we were saying this a while ago that Kelra didn't have any single defensive item, no Rose Gold, Winter Crown, or Immortality. So the moment that Kekedot made the move, there was able to follow up immediately, and just the whole squad of the Beast bursts down the main target, which was the God in the gold lane.
Let's go with the toss.
Okay, here comes the toss plus the Frigid Glacier. They're gonna be able to get there, but Kekedot an off-angle kick on the Super Friends. It spells a disaster for the Bees as Kelra picks up a double kill, but AP.Bren, they still have a Lord sieging in onto the top lane.
But Onic Philippines should be able to go ahead and stop that without a problem. AP.Bren, it looks like they didn't expect Onic Philippines to be positioned that way. The 7K gold lead that Onic had was erased, and now it has slightly gone back their way, just 2,000. But a lot of people, a lot of players here are already item locked. King Kong, item locked. Kekedot just built up an immortality. And still we're waiting for the last item, potentially a BOD for James Banks. Still, Onic now have a chance to build more advantage.
Yeah. Honestly, Kekedot is becoming really scary for Onic Philippines. He's been making or opening up so much possibilities, looking for Kelra, hunting him down. Not to mention the damage that Shizu already has. But Onic are back. They're knocking again, and they might want to put an end to this.
Okay, so Shizu actually built up tough boost for himself. He knows the crowd control that Onic Philippines has. He needs to reduce it one way or another. Now 55 seconds. We set the timer earlier for AP.Bren. They needed to contest, and they contested. And it is now a very even ball game that the next contention for AP.Bren should actually be a 50-50, depending on a very important factor. the minion waves and how they're positioned in the map by the time the next Lord begins. James Max, BOD, Jove Skirt with a Winter Crown, and that item can be big for him in the next big team fight.
Yeah, because honestly right now, the waves, Onic Philippines are able to take care of them really, really well. But look at where they're positioned right now. Oh, they might actually want to go for something. They really check out every single member. Was that the Retribution?
Yeah.
Used by King Kong.
Okay, King Kong used the red 3 to make sure AP.Bren won't have a sniff of that purple buff.
15 minutes in, when we thought this game would be finished before 15 minutes, maybe even 13 minutes, it has gone to the very, very late game. Minion waves are pushing out and it looks healthy for AP.Bren. Onic don't look like they're going to be playing for the macro. They will play for this Lord, and it could be one last big fight.
Okay, Brusco trying to get the information, zoning out the members. They're going for there.
Here comes Unstoppable Force, but they was able to flicker out. There might get bursted down. The Immortality will be popped. Here comes the SLG. Chop Skirts with the ultimate. It's going to be a retribution battle between the Lords, but Shizu goes in. Brusco with a beautiful the man with a million moves secures the Lord, plus another kill. A chemistry coming in from the God in the gold lane. If AP.Bren gets the Lord, Onic gets the bodies of the bees.
It's only the Silent Kid remaining, but it looks like the gods will march in and strike thunder in his heart.
Thunder has never sounded this loud once again as Onic reigns supreme and bounces back in 3 weeks.
After their 3-match losing skid, Onic Philippines have found their way back, taking the sweep up against the Bees.
They look like they're back. But a bit of more questions for Onic Philippines though, because AP.Bren almost looked like they were gonna force game number 3 on the back of Shizu going God mode before Keldra went God mode. Great performance by AP.Bren, and they get better every week here in MPL Philippines. Next week, we should see their first win come in. But for now, it's Onic Philippines who break their losing streak.
I am honestly thinking of what to call this James Pax and Shizu connection already, because that game was nearly turned around by these 2 players. It wasn't just Shizu, it was also the retribution coming in from James Pax. The confidence, right? These players, they're really showing up. They're starting to show up. So a lot of hope for the Bees who are here to support this team. We are going to look out for them in the coming weeks. But again, the happier side of the arena, the Sonics once more. Finally, they're seeing their idols, their favorites. Once again, they will be in the winner's interview. I know a lot of you have missed this, so let us not prolong this any longer. Let's hand it over to our hosts and talk to Onic Philippines after winning this match.
And finally, back on the winning column, it's Onic Philippines!
Grabe ang cheer ng Super Family. And now gusto kong tanungin si King Kong. King Kong, Onic is back. After ng ilang matches na nahirapan kayo, you're now at a win with a 2-0 sweep. Feel mo ba ito na yung start ulit ng pataas na pataas niyo pang momentum?
Tingin ko po, hindi pa rin start ng momentum namin kasi may malalaman namin sa second leg. Kasi nanggigigil na rin kami bawian lahat ng mga nakalaban namin nung unang leg eh.
Nakita ko si Keldra umiiling na. Hindi pa tapos yung question. Keldra, bakit feel mo na hindi pa ito yung tuloy-tuloy yung momentum?
Ayun, yung sabi ni King Kong, yun na.
Oo, ayun yung magpakakumpiyansa for now.
You have to see it. King Kong, I actually have another question. Kasi, dati yung naging housemates, if I would say, yung mga manlalaro ng AP.Bren na ngayon nakalaban nyo na. How does it feel that you're going up against a familiar foe at ano yung masasabi mo sa kanila? Anong pakiramdam na kalaban mo na sila ulit? Or
may payo ka ba?
Natin, tapos magkalaban kayo ngayon sa MPL stage pa?
Siyempre nung una nakaka-excite. Tapos Nag-relapse ako. Nag-relapse ng season 13. Kasi lagi namin sila nakalaban nun.
Nag-relief siya ng konti.
But at least,
konti lang kasi kinakailangan din nila nung panalo. Coach, why not? I wanna give you this question this time kasi I think for the longest time, right? This is, after a very long time, ito ang unang chance na nagkaroon kayo ng losing streak, which doesn't happen very often. What do you usually tell the boys, especially before the start of this game?
Ayun nga medyo self-explanatory na bago pa lang mag-start yung season, sinabihan ko na yung team na we have to be really prepared. Kumbaga, obviously, yung mga teams na hindi nakapag-compete internationally noong nakaraan, gigil yan eh. So, kailangan namin mas maging gigil, in a sense. Kailangan namin mas maging maingat sa preparation or mas maging matalino sa preparation. So, yun talaga eh. Tulad na sinabi nila kanina, tinanong nyo kung eto na ba yung bawi. I think could be the start pero we'll see. Kasi we want to work on some things talaga.
Yeah, for sure. Aside from those, can you give us like at least one without deviating or giving your strategy away? Ano ba yung kinailangan mong i-address na isang bagay siguro na talagang nagbago yung perspective ng team moving forward?
Wala naman masyado. Siguro sinigurado lang namin kagabi na nagmamahalan kami. Bawat isa.
Okay. I guess we leave it at that again. Okay, yun ang mahalaga. Once again, your winners, Onic Philippines! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. Finally, back on the winning column are the Sonics. And with that win, gentlemen, you may now take your bow. After a long while, the taste of victory talagang mas matamis, especially when the defending champions have claimed it.
And even so, hindi pa rin sila complacent sa pinakita nila. And we're excited kung ano pa nga bang makikita natin ipapakita ng Super Family.
There's no way to go but up para sa Onic Philippines. But where do we go next? It's back to the casters.
This could be the start, but for them, it isn't completely being back just yet. Onic Philippines are still looking to fully redeem themselves, but still this was a clear victory that they secured up against AP.Bren.
Even if it's not complete, it's the start that the fans, the Sonics even, are hoping for the reigning defending champions, and they put on an amazing show. A lot of credit also goes to this young man, the MVP of our game number 2.
And who will that be? Because, King Kong! Sigma on the Joy once again. How long has it been since we've seen King Kong perform on the Joy and be this successful once more?
Yeah, Coach Why Not mentioned it himself that the teams that didn't get to compete in the international tournaments are going to be more eager to win and are going to be more aggressive in that regard. And they really have to prepare. And teams have prepared for King Kong's Joy. It struggled in previous times, but now it showed up. And again, this just felt like good old classic Onic that we're used to seeing yet again. And it did get shaky at one point, especially in that defense and the final team fight when Shizo finally showed up. But King Kong was very dependable and on this one. His late game entries coming in big time.
Yeah, and the amount of space created, the protection that they were able to just make sure it was there for Kelra. It just really felt like Onic being back once more. But for AP.Bren, I really would like to acknowledge the potential they really showed up against the world champions in this game. I think this was the moment wherein things began to become really shaky for Onic Philippines. King Kong didn't even get to show himself anymore right after that, and it was during this moment that things nearly went into the hands of AP.Bren. But in the end, really, the way Onic Philippines just all together, all at once, were able to shift their priorities. I think that's one thing we miss to see when it comes to this team as well.
Feels like we're back to seeing the aggression that Super Friends mainly has been showing. And not to mention, all their plays seems like they're more confident, they're more determined on what they want to do. Again, Renmar mentioned this during the interview actually, that Onic wasn't actually eyeing for the Lord anymore. They wanted to go for the kills, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they had to readjust at that very last moment. And again, that's one of the best qualities that Onic showed in the past, that they know when to trade and they know when to let go of certain things so that they can refocus and eventually get the win in the long run. And that's exactly what we saw. Majority of the game was really set by the tempo, set in the mid lane. King Kong, Super Friends, and Brusco, and the first blood early exit out of EXP using the ultimate of the Lucas, to the Shockwave Blast, to make sure that he would start things off. That was Kirk. That was classic Onic Philippines we saw in that sequence. And then they just continued and never let go of that snowball that they had, playing around the Jawhead very well and making sure that Kelra would end this game with only a single death. The inability of AP.Bren to reach Kelra, the fact that Onic Philippines were ready for the entry of Kekadot, and it took a while for AP.Bren to really have their damage felt, and that Onic took control of majority of the game.
Yeah, individually they had so many notable and great plays. It's also the flickers, the frigid glaciers coming in from Super Friends in the early stages of the game too. It kind of brings us back to the entire 5 Kelras, 5 King Kongs kind of feeling whenever we talk about Onic Philippines, and it's nice to see them back this way. PPI Rich Guy, this time though it's gonna be Kelra on that Granger, who really early on we saw just how much ahead he was of Shizo. It was just really commendable that Shizo was patient enough to really just focus on the farm and eventually still catch up later on. But this is the guy that was only captured once in that entire game.
Yeah, and I think it was because of his overzealousness to not go for any defensive items anymore. That's why he was able to, Kekadot was able to pick him off. But again, even down to his itemization, after picking up the Sky Piercer, already 2 kills, so you could already feel the damage coming in from his Granger.
I think there were some swaps which happened too after that time where he got picked off.
Yeah, he got to win the nature.
Yeah, he had to. And after he used it, he swapped it back to the Rose Gold Meteor, I think. So still, he did adjust right after that, regardless of the situation. And it helped them a lot in terms of sustaining and eventually taking back the game for themselves. Again, Onic Philippines clearly a win in that match and actually handing us over the first sweep today, although we only had 2 series anyway. But yeah, I'm excited to hear what they actually had to say during the game. So let's head on over to our mic check.
Pa. Wala nature, pre. Target lang, Mats. Nice kong. Ay, gago. Ipitan niya Moskov. Moskov. Wala nature. Wala nature, pre. Moskov. Wala pa 11 seconds. Endable, pre. Wala pang Lord. Endable. Right niya na. Endable na.
Apparently, we just confirmed right now, Renmar's theories are right. They really were able to, on the spot, switch priorities all at once, all together. It's nice to see that they were just so united in this understanding that they had to do that.
You know, that was the most poker face reaction to opponent Lord Steel.
Yeah.
They expected it to happen.
Oh, hero, yeah. When the pro players in the Philippines, when you hear them say hero in their mic checks, that means that's them calling to switch attention to focus on the heroes instead.
Yeah, and that moment, it really felt like they knew regardless if AP.Bren got the Lord, they will be getting the win, because it wasn't, I think, until later before the Lord could actually spawn, and the waves apparently were just clearly in favor of Onic Philippines. They were able to ride on that. So quick meta check before we proceed. Look at the statistics of Granger so far this season.
Yeah, so based on the data, teams opt to ban the Harith instead of the Granger. So the best marksman option will be Granger. So that's one of the things we always talk about in the drafts. The trading of the best gold laners in the game right now, the Harith and the Granger. With Harith gone, Granger's the next best option. Then it becomes a trade for Granger and Irithel for most of the time. The next option after that would be the Moskov, then way after that would be the Carries, the Claudes, and the Brunos of the world. So it just really goes to show because of how good Granger is with his reach, how fast he gets to, of course, snowball, get his items, really be a big damaging presence early on. That's why he's so good at this meta. By the way, in the head-to-head matchup between the Harith and the Granger, they're actually both 8 apiece. So 8 wins, 8 losses for both.
Yeah, but that's really surprising. I mean, the 67 or 62 to 57 win rate of both the Granger and the Harith. I think that they're the most common gold lane matchups.
Yeah.
But that percentage means a lot.
Yeah, and there's also very clear item pathing for a Granger. You go for Fury Hammer, then you decide whether to go for Sky Piercer or Hunter Strike. Then it comes the Malefic, the BOD, and or the Sea Halberd. Then defensives come later on.
Yep, really depends on you. Can even be a Warax last minute if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's also true.
There are some possibilities like that, but these are our updated Infinix standings after we conclude week number 3. So TNC, there's been some slight movements here and there, but overall it feels like there's not much from what we've seen in week 2.
Yeah.
Just Twisted Minds climbing a bit, and then Falcons getting to solidify their slot in the top 3 of our standings. So hopefully we get to see the bottom teams really start climbing up next week, especially AP.Bren, since they've been consistently improving each week.
This is what Why Not has mentioned a while ago during the interview, that the teams that failed to qualify for the last M series are more aggressive, more eager to come back stronger, and we're seeing it actually right now in the standings.
Yes, and for our Fancy Laban standings, the fans who compete every before our MPL starts, it's actually AP.Bren leading the standings, followed by Twisted Minds. Wait, this feels like an inverted version of what we see in the MPL, except that Falcons still stay in 3rd.
Yeah.
And the Auroras are down bottom together with the Sonics.
Yeah, it's like you flipped the script, except for Falcons, and said, no, we're 3rd in the standings, we're 3rd in Fancy Laban as well. Again, this is the official tournament for the fan bases and the communities of each team. And of course, Infinix, the official tournament phone of the MPL Philippines, is what they use in that fan tournament.
Yep. If you want to experience how it is to play on an Infinix phone, to play on the phones our players actually use, and to just compete with the other fan bases all together, you can head on over here at the Green Sun Makati. Be here a bit earlier since the Fancy Laban starts right before the matches actually happen. So it's been a blast. I know it's been very fulfilling. Any last words from Ingan and Renmar, who's been here for 3 days?
No, I mean, Brigida, we are so thankful for your curse, because we had a lot of amazing games for week number 3.
I love my job. I really love my job.
Yeah, this will mark Renmar's final day this week, but we'll see him again next week, and we'll see you guys next week. Let's head on over to the stage and throw it over to our hosts.
Don't you guys love your jobs too?
Yeah, I do.
At dito na nagtatapos ang Week 3 sa MPL Arena. Odin, I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts with what has happened with this week.
Well, syempre, nasa Pilipinas tayo. So intense as always ang nangyari sa ating linggo. My favorites, highlights of the week are Smart, Omega, and Twisted Minds finally getting their first match wins for the week. At hindi lang yan. We also have teams na continuously ay nananalo. Aurora Gaming, Team Liquid Philippines, and Team Falcons are on win streak.
And you know what? It's not just about the teams, because the players also got in their bag. It's the walking legend Few finally achieving that 3,000 assists milestone, leading MPL PH history. Meanwhile, Mr. Consistent naman na si Edward has been the 8th player to achieve at least 1,000 kills here in our league.
Wow, and let's not also forget ang iyong favorite part of the week, ang Golden Month celebration.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do love the Golden Month celebration, and I'm sure we have a lot of prizes in store para sa atin sa susunod na linggo. But we also have a lot of things na nangyari din. Matches, events, yung mga palaro. I cannot wait to see what's about to happen next.
Same here, Hans. And of course, next week, pag nakita-kita tayo, marks the end of the first half of Season 15.
And you know what? That is it. Muli, ako si Ans Galleria.
And this is your very own Odin. Sama-sama tayo muling tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! See you guys next week!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP Racing may reset up Built agad ang buhat, we hear that full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, malakas ang Pinas We are Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama Just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable Immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment Lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like Pow! Beast of the southeast So matawag proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko